G'day everybody, and welcome to my Lego garage space, which is hopefully going to work reliably today. I have no idea. This is the very first time streaming from this space, so fingers crossed it all actually works out. I'm using a few things that I have tested and were reliable, but who knows. Um, so yeah, this is the space I've been working on for quite some time, and basically, this is down in my garage, so that's why the audio might feel a little bit different. And I have Charlie off in the distance over there. She appears happy in her little ball. Behind me, I have a TV with some Capac, of course. I have my wall of Lego bits that are not remotely sorted yet. Like, there's just things sitting here that are, you know, I'm in the process of it. These things down here, actually, can you even see them? The ones back there. That's like full of unsorted secondhand Lego that's, you know, gonna be there a while, I reckon. Um, my plan for today was to kind of show off a little bit of this, but to do so, I was going to build this because it's been sitting in my shed, haunting me for ages and ages and ages. And I think it's time for me to actually get it built. I'm hoping I'll learn a few things that might be useful for building some stuff in the future. And that's also why I have this, which I plan to build in the future as well. Because this one has some apparently pretty advanced build techniques in it, on the side of it also being incredibly cool. Also, thank you so much for yet another ridiculously large number of gift subs, Dragnon. Thank you very much. That will help to get more of the ridiculous sets like this one. Also, thanks, Mad Paradigm, for the sub just before the stream started. Ah. If you are wondering why I'm sort of looking down there a little bit sometimes, that's because that's where I've got chat up. I've got it on a screen just to the right of the camera. Yes, everything around here is a Capac choking hazard. And Charlie has disappeared, otherwise I would have showed her off, but she's, no, wait, she's just run back with her antler. Charlie, come here, come here. You're not in trouble, you're not in trouble. All right, you are heavy though. There's Charlie. Say hi to everybody. Hi. And now I got Charlie fur all over me. Yes, I do. Cool. So yes, Charlie is a big dog. She's about, you got to be getting close to 45 kilos now, my dear, my doggo. Yes, I did turn off my stand-up, sit-down option because this is what happens when I sit down on a rather tall stool at this table. It's a little impractical. I need a slightly taller stool so I don't feel like a toddler at the adult table. So, while I may end up sitting at times during this, I don't think I'll end up sitting for most of it. The table, I've made the desk up to about like 1.25 meters high, I think. About that sort of height, so that it's comfortable standing height without me bending over for like 3-4 hours while we do this stuff. Now I just realized I need a knife. Where have I got a knife around here? One sec, everybody. Where is my thing? This one will do. Gotta love Wi-Fi microphones so I can wander off. Ooh, that's what we should do. Let us switch to the other one. Ta-da. Now, something to note about my setup here is the overhead camera is actually one of my old phones, which means it's using an NDI plugin, which unfortunately means that it's impossible to perfectly sync up with everything. It's wrong way up, perfect. Yep, had to be, had to be. Table is a little wobbly. Kind of not sure what I can do to fix it. I have braced the legs because I extended the table legs. Not really sure how else to make it stable. I will probably fiddle with that in the future, though. Thanks, Barbacoso. Thanks for the Prime sub. Forgot you weren't a grey astronaut. Indeed. Audio sync looks better in this thing. Weird. I did set them up yesterday. They were... It should be exactly the same. Oh, everybody loves crinkly plastics on microphones, don't they? Remove legs from table, dig hole in floor, stand in hole. Yes, that would be a method for removing table wobble. Not a very good one, but it would be a method. Oh, good, you're not hearing the plastic. Nice. Oh, this was another reason I wanted the Volvo six-wheeler. The giant wheels. Lego as the largest tire manufacturer in the world. Because if I'm going to build any custom stuff that's like excavation equipment, I'm going to want these. You're not going to roll this one too, are you? Probably. I probably will. Seems like a thing I'd do. Yeah. They're the 5x5 wheels, the ones that are actually useful in small grid. Yep, Lego makes the smallest wheels and also makes the most, makes the smallest tires as well as the most tires of any tire manufacturer in the world. Actually got a bin over here. That'd probably be better use. Yeah, cool. Well, I guess let's start building this thing. Where have we got? 1, 2, 3, 2. I can count. 3. It'll be much better for these sorts of situations when Lego transition to the non-plastic packaging for their internal stuff. This stream brought to you by the number 4 and the letter Capac. Yes. It is important to open all bags immediately and put everything in a big pile. That's kind of how I used to do these things. But there's only so much table space. And when you do things that way, you need lots of space to spread things out so that you can have it all kind of spread. It can't be a tall pile. It needs to be a really wide, spread out, stuff gets lost under the couch pile. That was my experience as a kid. Thanks, Cuzzy. This is a very long instruction book. It is 454 pages long. This is insane. I think I'm going to be sitting at some point today. This is huge. Now, hopefully, we can all see this and it's all around the right way. Oh, goody. Another time for me to stuff up building a differential so that people can make fun of my inability to build a differential. All right, here we go. Bin. I actually have a bin in the space this time. Last time I just threw it on the floor and then cleaned it up later. I mean, it could be a multi-stream build, Dragnon, or I could get carried away and spend the entire day doing this on stream. Could be either. Yeah, Mike. I honestly, I don't. Whoops. I don't know which way I'll go in terms of go until it's finished or 4 hours. I'm just going to kind of play it by ear because this is the first time using this space. So if there are any issues that come up, if there are any problems, that sort of thing, I might need to deal with them. This is a sort of test stream. A squad stream build. So Capac actually the other after SnowRunner the other day, he said, so with your Lego space, it's probably going to be difficult, but is there a way that I could borrow that space? And I was like, not sure that's going to work, but we could certainly do side-by-side builds here. I don't see any reason why we can't. Kemsies, you should be able to link the manual on another screen. Like, you should be able to drop a link in chat. You should be able to. Push those a little further away. Those a little further away. And that a little further away. Spread out. There we go. Now this feels like a Lego build. Would have thought I'd be more of a Meccano than Lego. I didn't actually have much Meccano as a kid. My oldest brother did, so I messed around with his stuff, but I didn't have much of my own as a child. I more had Lego and N scale or N gauge train sets. So I liked building really little things with lots of detail and lots of fiddly stuff in them. I'm going to try something. I'm going to see if I can. What I'd like to figure out is what I need to learn to do so that I can have a decent time lapse of some of these builds. But it's kind of a really hard thing to do to hold this still while clicking in some of these bits. Why do I imagine that ending in chaos? Splitsy looking for a part that doesn't have a spare to find Capac having stolen it 7 minutes ago. Yeah, that seems like a thing he'd do. Be like, that was my bit. I found my bit. Of course he would. Taking no ZM hoodie because it's cold. It is proper cold down here in the garage. So I wanted my warmest hoodie on, which is this one, covered in extra warmth from Extra Charlie fur. Delightful. Taking bets on how long it takes to light stuff up. Ooh, could we do a prediction? Maybe. Could have something with that. Hang on. I'm going to need to get really close to the camera for this one because I need to walk up to my laptop. Yeah. Yep, that's me. Whoop. Hold on, just out of shot when I'm standing here. No, I do not think the thumb pain will cause me to stop. I I have not reached a point where pain has ever stopped me from playing with Lego. Um, which bag will I make a mistake on? One, two, three, four, or none. There we go. I'll give you guys a long time for this prediction. I'll give you 15 minutes to make up your minds. But just one, two, three, four, and yeah, it is. Start prediction. Got it. There we go. Hey, Tex. How's it going? As I come back around. That is not the right length. That is the right length. Stepping on Lego that's been dropped on the ground also doesn't hurt as much when you're wearing your Ugg boots. Oh, uh, I may not have gotten an orange grabber remover thingy in this set, but this is how many of them I have. At least of the ones I've sorted from the secondhand kits of the secondhand Lego I've gotten. I have a lot of them. The blue one was, they were in the, so it originally was the teal colored ones and then it went to orange. The teal has a slightly different shape. It's not quite as good a design. So they modernized it and made it better with the orange one, as far as I've been able to determine. What I would classify as a mistake in a build is something that requires me to remove bricks or pins that have already been placed. That's what I'd count as a stuff up. It's a mistake. Yes, the teal Terra separator. Yeah, Tex, this is a 6x6 Volvo dump truck. And then we got these bits. There's another one. Hello. The sea of pins. Find the other one. Where are you? Where, really? Oh, there's one. There we go. That's what I wanted. With, where are those red ones? These ones. Yeah, so on the topic of what I want to do with Lego in the long run, this is like building sets and doing that sort of thing is not the main part of what I would like to do. I would like to build customs. Um, it's been a fairly long time since I regularly built with Lego, so I think um, I'd like to learn more before I attempt to do customs, which is why I'm building sort of these these sorts of things. But yeah, my aim is to build custom stuff in the future, which will hopefully allow me to do fun things down at the beach with the Lego. What? Text, there is no peer pressure on me with a steering wheel. I use a You caved to wasted and his peer pressure if you bought yourself a steering wheel. I don't have a steering wheel. I'm puzzled. It's suggesting that that's just sitting there. Oh, might be. Was just sitting there. And now it gets in. I do not have any plans whatsoever to get into 3D printing. I feel like another expensive hobby is not something I want to get into. The idea of getting into another expensive hobby seems a mistake. I have enough things like that at the moment. I don't need more. I kind of wonder how they come up with some of these um, designs that they do. Yeah, it's like so that's the other thing I want to do. I want to do some of my Space Engineers builds in Lego as another way to have a goal, a clear goal of what I'm going to build that I can build a custom thing of. Like some of you may have seen my post from ages ago where I built the start of a small grid Space Engineers battery. Like doing that was a lot of fun. Coming up with how to make that work, even though it's brick built and pretty basic, I was planning on improving it over time as I got more, as I found more of the bricks in the secondhand sets that I bought. Um, that was one of the that's one of the many things I would like to do with Lego. The other thing that I really want to do is, which I'm going to do, because Jackson has already started designing his army for it, and I've mentioned this on other streams. I'm going to play Mobile Frame Zero with him controlling remotely. We should, with a tabletop game, be able to do that without it being a disaster. And we should have kind of enough space on this overhead camera. The overhead camera is as high as it can be right now. So it is slightly less than the full table size, but I think we can make it work. Have some of our own house rules. But that'll be a tabletop. Uh, it's a tabletop combat game. Hopefully, at some point, drag Capac into it with his own army as well. And then we can have a 3-player battle, and it should be a lot more dynamic. Could spice things up a bit, which I think will be kind of cool. And yes, you will hear Jackson's voice. Thanks, Drakadar. Right. 2 times those. Where are we at? There. With more of the blue pins. The June is just a test for the Lego battles. Uh, wasn't intended to be that way, TFE, but I guess kinda. Sorta, maybe. it's a nice way to learn how to keep a competitive spirit up without um, without getting so invested that you get annoyed when you lose. That's kind of the way I see it. Because I think with PvP stuff, it's really hard to have the right attitude. Thanks, Haunted Lemon Tree. It feels good to have this setup working now. It's been a long time coming. Yeah. The size of Space Engineers builds would I think you could do most different sizes. You just have to really approach it like, you'd have to approach some of them like a micro scale build and just figure out which details to ditch and which details to keep. Because a lot of things you could probably ignore or just use a color element to show it, sort of thing. Like for a connector, you could just use a little splash of yellow or that. Like, I think that'd potentially be enough to show it as it. It's just trying to find clever ways of picking the major element of that block and showing it rather than trying to show every detail of the block. One thing I did want to do was more builds like that small grid battery, where I'm actually just building a Space Engineers block. How much open room do I have in the Lego space? Well, that TV behind me, which you can see just the edge of on screen, it is probably about 1.5 meters behind me. Why do I still see floating cat back in the background behind Splitsy? They are on a TV that is my other half's TV that she had before we moved in together and didn't have a purpose. So I was like, I'm going to use that as my background. Thanks, Willmaker. Thanks for the gift sub. Um, yeah, that's what that is about. It was just me going, I have this thing, I can use this thing, I'm going to use this thing. Alrighty, here we go. Gears. This is where I stuffed things up when I was making the Top Gear car. Uh, this one. It's gotten a little bit dusty when I was making this. I stuffed up the gear parts. Wow, there are another 2 separators underneath that. Can't remember why those are there. So we have the black one. I think ever since I made that backdrop with the clones floating about in weird gravitational forces, it doesn't feel right to have a stream where I don't use it. Huh, wasn't expecting that to free spin. Uh, okay, don't get this bit wrong. I'm looking for this. Yeah. Yes, Dragodas. Shipping anything worldwide at the moment is challenging to say the least, and very, very expensive. All right, where does this actually assemble on this thing? Upside down? Yeah. Oh man. Gotta be that way. And then yeah, true, Dragonon. It may well be cheaper to fly to somewhere else to with stuff in your carry-on than it is to post it. Or it feels like it'd be a more valuable use of your money. It goes on there. This is where I'm going to stuff things up. I'm going to stuff things up. It's going to be here. But that's how that goes. Figured it out. No, I haven't made a mistake yet, Eisen. Thank you. I think I have anyway. Oops. So I think I should clarify with the prediction. It'll be the first mistake that we find. Uh, Custom minifigs are a thing you can get from places, but Capac has actually already got himself an orange, uh, old school spaceman. He was trying to get a full set of all the colors and then also tried to get a gray one. Unfortunately, he discovered that while they have made gray parts for a gray old school astronaut, they are only in very rare kits and so are very expensive. Like I think to put together the gray astronaut was more than $100 just for a single minifig. It's kind of prohibitive. Kinda. But I was looking yesterday and at various custom things. I don't think I'll bother with it at this stage. It's something I might consider doing in the getting something made up of in the future, but at this point it feels a bit silly because I don't know really what I want. If you have those great parts, you should try and sell them on Bricklink. I feel like this is going to be the slowest part of this build, this first bag. It's got all the gearbox and stuff. That one probably should have placed in first, but that's fine. Wait, are there two lengths of that? No. How is that? Oh, right, never mind. I have done things right. It's just I'd added an extra piece. Fine. Fine. Yeah, the first quarter of build is going to be the slowest part. Just seeing the classic grey astronaut going for 60 US dollars. Well, that works out to be about 100 Australian, so that's about right, Eisen. Yeah. I think when Kabak first looked into it, he thought he had to get it from several different places, which was going to make it all a bit extra tricky and expensive. Plus, anything from Bricklink in Australia is more challenging. A lot of places won't ship here. Um, a lot of places you just can't even get the stuff. If you can get it, it's more expensive. You know, the usual gripes that you hear from Australians. It's more expensive here. We can't get these things. Where's that grey bit? There's one. Yeah, true, Dragnon. There's also the places, whoops, won't ship to a PO box. It was all right when we had the office because we could have given away the office address, but to give away home address on the internet would be a bad idea. Yeah, I think from what I understand, and I don't know this stuff well, if you're going to 3D print Lego compatible parts, most people I think do it from resin, but you just accept the fact that it's going to be less durable. Where's a grey one? There's a grey one. I'm hoping at some point during this build, I'll understand why they've used yellow ones here and a grey one here. I'm guessing it's the number of stud lengths that they need. But I need to think through this stuff as to why they haven't just used a single long axle piece. Because there are axle pieces that long, but they've chosen not to. Keeps people like me wondering. Yeah, I guess yeah. Yep, they could just do it for that reason. The other reason that they do sometimes use different pieces is apparently just to get rid of those pieces. Just to have those pieces be used. Because they have a stock of them and they want to get more of them into circulation or get more of them out of the warehouse. Apparently that's a legit reason why they'll use a particular piece for something. Um, Text, I suspect much of that won't have any meaningful impact on shipping rates to Australia. Okay. That looks to be right based on what's there. You know what I need to do? I need to clear this off because that will make it easier for you guys to actually see what's going on. I need to push it away from these two bits. Bring those there. There we go. All pretty small. Uh, could do. I'd have to create another scene, but I could zoom this in a bit. It'll do. And yeah, the different colors are different strengths in Lego as well. There is that to keep in mind. All right. These are the bits that are easy to stuff up. What position is this going in? I think that's right. And I think I'm supposed to jam this in as far as it goes. Cool. Yeah, I guess you. Yeah, I guess you could say that it's also it does up the part count. Not sure how much Lego cares about the part counts, but I'm sure there are some people who do. All right, this is the bit I stuffed up last time. So we have the thing. We have another thing. The other thing goes in the bottom of this thing. And then we drop three of them. Wait, yeah, three of them around like so. I don't remember what I did wrong. Did I not put the one in the bottom? I actually don't remember anymore. So long ago. Because that last Lego stream I did was still at the old house. You only put the top one of the top 3 in. Yeah. Yeah, that was something like that. Oh, that's a good point, Kemsies. Um, Having different color bits can make instructions more clear. So that can actually, yeah, that's quite valid. Now, I need 2 of these. I need to make sure that I put this in the right way around. So let's spin this to match the sticky. So, and this goes in here. And that goes in there, I think. That goes in there. Yeah, it's probably true that because of that stuff up on that early Lego stream, I probably will make excessive efforts not to stuff it up again. So hopefully won't stuff another one up until I get cocky and overconfident, and then I'll make a massive mistake. That's how it'll happen. The tabletop game that I mentioned is called Mobile Frame Zero. It is a free rulebook game, so you can just get a PDF of the game. And you can donate to them if you enjoy playing it. And you can also buy a printed copy from them. Tex, I haven't built any of the robotics set yet, but I do own the Mindstorms 5-in-1, and that's going to be another set that I build on stream and start learning how to do the programming side of stuff because I would really like to learn that. Overhead light really isn't very bright. I need to add another one up there. Long gray axle. There's the other bit that I need. Oh. Yes, Karan, a face has appeared. Yeah, I'm hopeful that I'm hopeful that we can get to the point with Mobile Frame Zero that um, Jax and I can set up a match pretty quickly, and um, I think it'll be a really fun way to be able to build custom stuff and show it off to you guys, and do that together. And you guys help me make something that looks cooler, um, as well as just having something fun and silly that we can turn into a video. One of the things that I was thinking about was I watched an edited tabletop game video the other week, and the editors had added little explosion effects and stuff like that for each shot and everything that happened. And I think Mobile Frame Zero is just perfect for doing that sort of thing with. So stream the whole match. And then I was thinking about streaming the edit of that where I'm adding the explosions and we're doing different effects, and you guys kind of give me extra inspiration for different things to do silly with that edit. Uh, so that then a nice tightly edited video of, because each match is supposed to take up to 3 hours sort of time frame, and condensing that down to say 20 minutes, because I think that would be pretty amazing, um, and just kind of fun to put together as well. It's the sort of editing that I really enjoy doing. So I think that could be something that I would like doing in the future. Oh, there were 4 of these and I didn't do them all. Oops. There we go. And I didn't even put them in. I skipped a step and didn't do no, Corin, this is not my first camera stream. It's the first one with this set that I have built in my garage. But it is not my first on-camera stream. That happened at the old house um, in my office, which was very cramped. Um, and was not particularly well suited to doing those sorts of streams. It was very, very inconvenient to have the Lego set up in there because I couldn't get to my desk where my PC was. And I had thought my plan with the Lego was to do the same here and use my shed for, for the Lego streams as well. But in the end, it was just anytime I started setting up the Lego in there, it was just so cramped and so uncomfortable that I yeah, I had to change my plans there. And I'm glad that I did because although it is cold down here, it's much nicer being in a bigger space. It's annoying that my car now gets covered in leaves from the tree that drops them on it, but you know, more price to pay. Hey Zuma, hey Black Shadow. Um, I am building the Volvo 6x6. This thing. Yeah, for those who didn't see it at the start, this is the bigger shot with wait that way with Capac and blue. I'm unfortunately wearing a rather dark hoodie, but hopefully the lighting setup gives me a little bit of separation, so you can still see me a bit. Um, but you know, I'll get myself some lighter colored hoodies to wear down here. It's just this is the warm one, and I was cold. It's cold this morning. Where on earth is this supposed to go in? Goes through the double. How does it move through mud? It should do all right through mud. The tread on these tires isn't looks like it should be decent. And I think it's got a saw someone did a video of it. That's another thing I want to do with Lego. There's so many things. I've got too many ideas. None of them, apart from the mobile frame zero stuff, is fully formed enough for me to think I can pull it off yet. But I'm hoping to build up the skills I need to be able to pull off some of the other things I'd like to do. But stuff like taking my Lego stuff, my Lego equip builds and stuff. I just said stuff a lot and I can't think of a better word for it. Taking my Lego sets and going down to the beach and the lagoon and using them to move earth or sand and seeing how well they actually do and what I could do to improve them so they can actually do the jobs that their full-size real-world counterparts can. Because I think the learning that would be needed for the engineering side of that would be really, really fun. No, that's still another small one. Goes in there. That goes through there. Yes, Blitzy will be mining Australia using Lego. Oh, that was premature. Yeah, that one. Okay, so grey goes on there. Is my mic quiet, is it? Let's have a look. Where is my mic? Oh, yeah. I can see that's a bit low, a bit on the lower side. I think I know why. One sec. Can't read the text from over here. Too far away. Is that a little bit better? Oh, yeah, that's a bit better. Well, I'm not going to have, oh, that's too much, actually. I'm not going to have CAPAC level audio glitches because I test stuff before I do it. But I did forget to yesterday when I was setting this up. Come on. I forgot to set up any noise filters. Just got to fix up the other. And so I added them this morning, and that is what has caused the volume to be lower than expected. There we go. That should be more around the optimal levels, I think. No, Twitch does not have a Lego category. I was surprised. I was quite surprised. Um, yeah, it just doesn't. So I have to use just chatting. No, Capac Pro streamer Amaru does not test things, or if he does, uh, his tests are inadequate, shall we say? Hey, thanks, Spicy Jazz. Um, okay, it is raining. 1 second. I'm going to close the door so Charlie doesn't go outside and get herself soaked. Yes, monster. Yes. Yes. Hello. Need to figure out a way to get an extra camera so I can point it at you. Because unfortunately, I'm using the NDI plugin for the overhead camera, and I can't manage to maintain two NDI streams at once. The kind of overloads the network stream a bit because the overhead camera is actually streaming 4K. There is a slice of a screen behind me because in the full view, there's more screen behind me. And I hadn't noticed that there was only a slice of it when I was testing it. Hey, thanks, He Who Types. I'm gonna have to look that up as to who you thought I looked like. What are you doing, Charlie? Uh, yeah. So Magma Rabbit, the thing I am using for extra camera is for the overhead camera is the NDI app for using your phone as one. One of my old phones is up there as the camera. The issue is that if I use two of them, there's too much load on the Wi-Fi and it can't cope. At least if I'm streaming 4K from one of them. I think this goes here. And yes, Corin, Capac has been Twitch partnered for a long time. It was really annoying getting him that because, oh, come on, don't be like this. Don't be like this. Really annoying because my raids of him when I was streaming earlier in the morning than he didn't count towards his partner numbers, which was annoying in our particular context. But it's all done now, so it doesn't matter. Yes, Charlie, that's why you don't bump everything with your nose. Sometimes it falls down and hits you. Um, she's all right. It didn't actually hit her. She just scared herself by knocking off a thing of tools. Thanks, Chaser@net. Yes, she boops everything with her nose, quite aggressively. She's apparently not particularly sensitive. Yeah, Corin, that's definitely not true. um, the payout rates are lower. Charlie has been trained to boop though. So if you hold your hand out, she will boop your hand. But yeah, it actually dogs that do that are much easier to train because they'll investigate more things with their nose, which means you can more easily train them what you want them to get near to then interact with. And that's probably why it was relatively easy for me to train Charlie to open the shed door, which I now regret. It was an error. Yeah, Lotus, I was pretty sure I knew what you meant when you said my dog poops everything with her nose. Um, pretty sure. Not 100%, pretty sure. Uh, Not necessarily a breed trait, as far as I'm aware. Tex, and Charlie's got so many different breeds that would be considered part of her makeup that who knows? 'Cause she is a crossbreed of an unofficial breed, which itself is a combination of multiple crosses. Um, there's the Bull Arab, unofficial breed, unrecognized breed, uh, of which she is probably part. And Bull Arab is Greyhound, English Bull Terrier, usually some Great Dane. I think those are the main bits. But she's also got some Irish Wolfhound in her, judging by the way her fur is growing. So she's a bitzer of a bitzer. Now I have to figure out which way I'm meant to be looking at this. Still got. Oh, that's not black. That's brown. Now I see it. I was looking at that bit, thinking it was black. I'm like, I don't have a black axle or a black pin. She probably has some thoroughbred in her too. Yes, as well as the house horse, she does have bits and pieces of she's she's going through another growth spurt. She is like, I see her literally every day, and I've been noticing her getting bigger, and she's been eating like a Labrador. So she's grown probably another couple of centimeters in the last month, and that's height. I'm fully expecting her to be um, still a bit bigger than she currently is. She's already quite big. She's small grid gone large, yes. Alright, 3 of these going on there, there, there. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting seeing if I can get this done in one day. I'm being a lot slower than I had been in the previous streams. The other ones I was like I felt like I was almost frantically building. You should do a combo stream of Capac troubleshooting his RAM while you build Lego. Can see the hilarious back and forth that would yield. You know what? I don't think Capac would be willing to do it, but he actually does have a setup now that would allow him to stream himself troubleshooting his RAM issues. Um, I think he wouldn't do it because I think he, as we were talking about on the SnowRunner stream yesterday, Wasted was comfortable doing a build stream because he had the confidence to dispute advice being given to him. And um, I'm not sure Capac feels the same, especially since I don't. Which is why I'm a little bit nervous about the idea of doing a um, build stream myself. I may still do it though. But as I said, I'll have a little I'll have a little thing to cover up so you can't see when I'm putting the thermal paste on. I would love to have a Newfoundland. I love big dogs because I grew up with Saint Bernards. Okay, that goes. How do I get that in there? It's just flexible enough that it'll let me force it. No, that ain't right. Okay, I think I see now. That goes in there. That goes there. Yeah, there we go. That's how that's working. Not sure why we've got 3 of them, but I might find out. And yeah, that's fine. Oh. Taz, you're gonna have to ask Capac about the console couch streams because that was meant to be at his place. Um, and he has not done anything on that front. The idea was I would have once we decided like, once we were 100% decided that come on, brain, that the office wasn't gonna be a thing anymore, um, we chose that my place, once I picked the garage for this, would be the place for us to do tabletop stuff, and his place would be the place for us to do, um, the couch co-op stuff. Because it's a lot easier for him living on his own to have the TV space set up to be a recording space as well. Oh dear, Tex. Oh dear. Wow. I don't even know if I can read that one. That's not the piece I'm looking for. Where's the piece I'm looking for? Like a grey. I have no idea. I think it's on that side. Okay. Maybe this side? Aha! There it is. He just smiled. I'm declaring victory. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's the downside of having a camera on me. Can't I can't pretend that these things haven't happened. Just have to accept. Building stuff like this, I'm just looking at going, how do you get from I want to build a Lego six-wheeler to building this? Like, the number of steps in between that initial thought and this being the result, I really, really hope I can eventually get to the point where things like that are just like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, I've built something like that before, I can just do this thing." And, "Oh, yeah, yeah, I've built something like that before, I can do this thing." I think I'll be a very, very happy person when I can get to that point. And I reckon I can, I just it's gonna take time. 'Cause I surely with even, space engineers, it was fine. Oh, I did do that the wrong side. Wait, did I do the Is this my mistake? I think I just did a mistake. Might count as a prediction mistake. I think that might have to. I had to go back a page. 'Cause that's what it should have looked like. Yep, that counts as a mistake. Alright, we'll end this prediction and then we'll start a new one. I'm betting most people picked, um, 1 anyway. No, they didn't. The highest percentage was it was inverse to what I expected. 12% on 1, 18% on 2, 20% on 3, 22% on 4, and 28% on none. Huh. Well, let's complete that prediction. And let's do another one. The problem with reading chat and doing these things. I shorten the prediction time on this one. We'll do it down to 10 minutes. There we go. Same deal. Uh, a mistake is anytime I have to. I think we make it anytime I have to go back a page. Because if I put something together and go, no, that's not right, and pull it out again, that doesn't. I don't think that should count. But if I have to go back a page because I've moved on, that's a mistake. And I think it makes it very easy to define what a mistake is in this context. Huh? Okay. That's supposed to go in there. Oh, yeah, I see. And onto there. Back a page. I think back a page. We'll define it as back a page. There's climbs undo when you need it. Never on the save that I need it on. Where it is. Okay, so now we're looking at this way. We are putting on. It's going to get worse as the book gets as I get further in. They folded. They open. Need 3 of the little red ones. They are going on there, on there, and on there. And a grey thingy over here is going on that one. Just wow, we're being really pedantic about this. I have to turn back a page. Like if it's on the, I have to turn back a page. So I have to pick up this corner and go back and go, oh, that's where I stuffed up. Just to make it, there's an action that has to be done. Hey, thanks, Arcathon. I don't know why, but I keep picturing you in my mind with a pencil moustache and a 5 o'clock shadow. You keep picturing me as a 1980s, 1990s cartoon villain. I am not a villain. Thank you very much. Oh, dragged on wet proper in winter now. About as cold as it gets at the moment. What pieces am I looking for here? Oh, those ones. One of those. And where's the other one? I meant to have 2 of those, right? Yes. Ah, there it is. Not a villain? That's what a villain would say. It's funny how our brains work with imagining what people look when we hear them. Um, and like, think of the number of times you've read a book and imagined what the character would look like, and then you've seen the movie version of it, and someone else's imagination of what that character looks like is very different. Even if the character's been described quite vividly, it can still end up quite different. That's right. Yep. Can't be bothered counting. I expected you to look like a blonde Australian surf dude, but that was kind of a stereotype. Yeah, think? Not necessarily a bad stereotype, but um, yes, I'm a long way from blonde. Uh, I would love to say that I surf because, man, is it a good way to keep fit, but I don't do that either. Have done it, but don't do it. That is offensive. Adderactual. I would never have a mullet. Ugh, people growing mullets on purpose. Is that? Yes. Uh, that and a brown one. That. Oh, I've never had a mullet perf ever. My mum would never have let that happen. No, nor a bowl haircut either. Yeah. No. I did have longer hair, as in it had like, not long as in ponytail long, just long as in a little bit long. Whaley, I live near the beach, so I could, if I wanted to surf, just walk down the road. Um, but I'd rather just take Charlie there and get her to burn some energy off by digging on the beach. It's a rather effective way to get her to burn a little bit of her puppy insanity out. Wow. I'm just going to ignore the descriptions of me now because they're getting progressively meaner. Almost did that one wrong. Yes, Black Shadow. I don't need a beach to just be able to walk down the road. I would need to do that to go surfing though. based on what the comment was. Uh, that is that. Where's that grey one? Good thing about this set, there are a lot of gears. This could be quite useful in the future. Oh, Taz, you poor, poor person. All I picture is the picture of Blitzy edited into a mankini. Yeah. That, I imagine, haunts your nightmares. That is a terrifying visage. Yeah, that picture is somewhere on the Discord, I think. Or at least one. Actually, perhaps both versions of that picture might be on the Discord, now that I think about it. They're pretty funny. I think I've saved them somewhere else to bring out for like Halloween terrifying moments. There's nothing quite says terrifying like me in a mankini. Eh, yes, there is a lot of something somewhere on the Discord. Challenge is finding it. Where are those little slippy bits? There we go. I have a really bad habit of slightly rushing through these things and as a result messing them up. Okay. So it seems like this bit here is the key part to get right, and then I can line everything else up off that. And must do this. Nope, don't need to do that. Oop. Yeah. I hear the kookaburras in the background. Now is when I really hope I haven't missed anything in there. Um, yeah, Gilbert, the one of my plans for this space was to be able to use it to build my Space Engineers stuff in Lego. The Space Engineers stuff that I think is particularly interesting or might be interesting to build in Lego is definitely one of the things I want to do with this. Um, one of the reasons I chose to start with building off instructions to begin with is that doing so reminds me of what bits a bit, what bit, um, and then make it a bit easier for me to remember what parts are actually available for doing custom builds, as well as um, gaining a better understanding of how you put together certain elements like gearboxes and stuff like that. Because I think that's gonna be one of my bigger challenges, is understanding why all these pieces went in this way. And I think at some point what I'll probably do to help myself learn that better is make my own custom one. Make one that's intentionally not gonna be as good as, um, the smaller, more compact versions, but just so that I know why I'm putting what where. I haven't been making smoothies for a while, actually. I don't really have a good reason for it. I just kind of stopped. Yeah, I'd like to build some custom mechanical parts that are a bit more spread out and a bit easier to understand which part is doing what, and then gradually work out how to fold them together so that I can create my own compact versions of things. Yes. No, what I need to build is not a Lego train smoothie delivery system. It is a Lego blender. That's what I need to build, or at least a Lego powered blender. And because I'm in the garage, I could just put like a big tarp down everywhere. Ah, nose is itchy. I could put a big tarp down everywhere so that that could be a thing. Now, where is this going? Right. Yep. I see. Going on there. I think bag one is definitely the slow bag. Yes, it is cold in my part of Upside Down Land. Uh, Carly is curled up in the tightest little ball she can, and I am wearing as much clothing as I can. I need to get. I should. If this is going to be a regular thing during winter, I might invest in a nicer pair of fingerless gloves so that I can wear them while doing this. The pair that I use when I'm at my desk, I might have worn when I took Charlie to dog training last night. So they currently smell like Devon and kind of, I don't want to get that all over my Lego. How cold is it here? Let me check. What does my phone say? I think it was like, what does it say? It is currently 11 degrees, which means it is 11 degrees in my garage. It feels like 10. And it is damp. So it's a damp cold. But yet not, it seems to me that it would be very wasteful to attempt to heat my garage. It is not remotely insulated, so you would not get very far. So it would be quite wasteful, I think. The the thing that I've found a lot of people from colder parts of the world uh, discover when they come to Sydney and this level of cold is that they're actually more miserable about the cold than they were in their home countries where it is properly cold in winter. And it's because it's still cold inside. You don't get to escape it. Um, so it's not like I've been to Canada a number of times in winter, and there you're like, yeah, it's 20 below outside. plus another 20 degrees of wind chill, so it's effectively 40 below. But you go inside and it's 23 or 25 in people's houses, and you take off all your coats and you sit there in a t-shirt. Um, Around here, we have a delusion that winter doesn't exist, so we end up with inside being the same temperature as outside or only slightly warmer because you don't have the wind. And so it becomes this inescapable cold that just makes you a bit miserable. And having humid cold means it feels even colder. But yeah, it's if you think about it from a pragmatic perspective, it does make sense that our houses are better suited to hot than to cold because it is hot for more of the year than it is cold. And you can always just grab a blanket or something, although that doesn't really work when I'm standing up. Could do the old man thing of sitting sitting on my little stool and putting a blanket over my knees, but I don't think actually, can I even build for a bit like this? Just get off my feet for a little bit. Let's find out. Yeah, 40 degrees Celsius and humid is horrendous. Like, that's rough. 40 degrees and dry, meh, it's fine. You need a Snuggie. Now that would be a look. Imagine the reaction from Capac if we were doing a this is really awkward. If we were doing a co-op build stream like this, and I rocked up to it wearing a Snuggie. That'd almost be worth it. Yep. Also, the weather's just nuts everywhere these days, and that's how it's gonna be. You'd be jealous. No. So, I have seen photos of Capac in the snowy mountains, where, yes, it does actually snow in Australia, um, and he was in a t-shirt, and he was apparently quite comfortable with that. Capac does not feel the cold. Alright, where does this go? I think it's gonna do this. Yeah, that'll go on there, and then that punches in there. His Viking blood. Maybe. And back in. Yeah, so the mountains in Australia are not particularly, I wanna say mountainous, but I was really hoping I'd come up with a better word. Huh, where's this supposed to go? Okay. I just can't count. Uh, Archangel, I don't own a face cam. What I do own is, in front of me is a mirrorless camera um, that I bought for photography a good few years ago. And above me is one of my old phones. Actually, don't have a face cam. I don't have a webcam at all. Technically I do. There is a webcam in my laptop, but it's a really bad one and it's in a terrible position. I don't know what they were thinking when they designed that, but they were probably thinking, "Oh, this will be a good spot to put this." So we flip, and then we put this in here. The alpine regions of Australia are well worn, shall we say. Australia is a very old place. Um, so the mountains have been eroded over millions of years, so are not particularly stark. They're quite gentle comparatively. It could be a snow runner truck, but I didn't see anything Volvo in snow runner. Now my hands are getting cold. I'm getting slower. I was already on a go slow today. It's a Sony. It's an A7S II, the camera. Flip this over again. Orient it the same way as the picture. That's right. And that goes there. So yeah, no, that doesn't go there. That's the wrong way. Yeah, if you want impressive alpine regions, you go across and visit New Zealand. But I think in terms of those sort of proper Alp mountain shapes, but the sort of the Blue Mountains and the eroded canyons there and stuff have their own appeal. It's just not ski slope style mountain. A lot of it. Um, I think it's been relatively common that it's cheaper for an Australian to go skiing in New Zealand than it is to ski in Australia, or it can be, because we have so few places that you can ski. Which is probably also why so many Australians end up in Vancouver. Oops. Ow. And now my hands really are getting cold. Now any little slip is like pain. Uh, yeah, this first bag is going to take, I reckon, as long as all the other bags combined. That is my guess. Because now I'm doubling back to come do this other side. Catback is waiting in the background to do some danger. No, not danger driving, danger parking. He's Catback danger parking, Amaru. Yeah, I'm sure he would love to do some danger driving. I have an idea about the driving bit here. Because if I move Charlie's bed, I've got some space in the rest of the garage. I might be able to turn a light around or just turn the general lights on and drive around on the floor there uh, and take the overhead camera out of its spot. Hopefully the battery will last long enough for me to mess around with that at the end of the stream. Okay, that goes along there with 3 holes. Move mouse. Highlighting things that make it hard to read what I'm trying to read. Living in an area called Great Plains, I can say with 100% confidence that mountains are a matter of perception. Yeah, I suppose so. Well, I guess maybe just then they're just hills. Like I think on my sister's property, those are definitely just hills. Uh, she lives on a farm, like a proper working farm. Well, one of them does, and that'll go there. We go. Yeah, Graz. Being a Kiwi, you would not understand the concept of flat land. What is that? I don't know what that is. Flat land is a myth. Not real. As long as the mountains don't have eyes. Yep. I think that seems to be I think that's a fair criterion. Uh, huh? What? Okay. Just making sure. Okay. I skipped a page. Whoops. Don't have to undo anything, but I did skip a page. That's the trouble. Every time I look up a chat, I then look back at the page and I have to remember where I was last looking, which makes my error rate considerably higher than it might otherwise be. Uh, every time, Black Shadow. Every time. Every time I say something like that, you're right there, ready to go. Dang it. I'm not blaming you for my mistakes. I'm justifying my mistakes to make myself feel better. I think I was supposed to push that in earlier. Go in. Get in there. Why won't you go in there? There we go. Put a something on the picture you're on. Yeah, but I'll forget to move it. I think it's more amusing if I just make mistakes. I'm kind of I'll just live with it. This is that. That's what I'm building. Right. We're starting, I think. I feel like the parts are diminishing around me. I'm still trying not to um, just build mindlessly. I'm trying to actually think about what I'm putting where and how it works, but I'm so clueless as to how a lot of this is supposed to work that I'm not sure it's really happening. Imagining you or grey engineer sitting at a low table with one of those babies put in the triangle, put babies put the triangle in the triangle hold toys, but instead you are trying to shove the star through the square. Yes, Graz. Wasted has also described me in similar terms. Something about a round peg in a square hole, and me being someone who might use a hammer to do that. Sometimes that's not a bad thing, though. Not always a bad thing. Every now and then, putting the round peg in a square hole, you realize it gives you a different outcome that somehow still works. Yes, it does pivot behind the cab like the real truck. I am pretty sure. Is that just that's just floating there for the minute? I think. X does have a moustache, but it's either a ball cap or an Irish motoring cap. Oh, as in the hat you're wearing. Gotcha. I was very confused by that text for a second. I didn't see the context. Uh, Losing my mind. There we go. A lot of little black pins. Then the TP. The scally cap. Also not entirely sure what an Irish motoring cap is. I'm feeling like it might be the sort of thing you see on like Peaky Blinders, that sort of hat. And this goes in here. And then I have to make up another one of these things that I don't want to stuff up. Good. Hold up. Oh, that goes there. Misinterpret it. Uh, okay, I'm perplexed. How is this sitting in here? How is it holding in there? Doesn't look like there's actually anything holding that in the middle here. They make cowboy hard hats, but no. Really? I mean, hang on a sec. We're speaking about hats. Oh, I'm just gonna get some of the dirt off it because Charlie thought this would be a fun chew toy the other day. She got it onto the ground before I realized what she was up to. This, the hat. Switch, use, so we can see it. That's a hat. That is how you do a hat. Um, so the Elmo head thing, I am tempted to do as a joke stream challenge thing. Oh, I see what I was doing. There's these two pins here, and I need to put them through this, sticking through there. Now, no, now it'll make sense. That's not a knife hat. This is a knife hat. I believe that's an Elmo head, sir. Why aren't I wearing it? Because it's not particularly comfortable to wear for a long period of time. Uh, but I was thinking it would be amusing to bring out when Capac and I do a co-op build, and we have sort of things that can muck up either one of us. So we go one of these onto that. Red axle through there. There's another one on there. Like so. And we go another one here. It's not a knife. It would keep my ears warm. It would be somewhat warm to wear that Elmo head for an entire stream, yes. I will agree to this assertion. What I won't agree to is actually doing it. Because it's really not very comfortable. I would only want to, if I were to wear it, it would be brief. Oh, that's right. I was like looking at this going, why is there a brown axle being highlighted there? And that goes through that. And there. And then you have a leather pirate tricorn hat pack. No, wearing an Elmo head does not tickle my fancy, laws. Oh dear. Slightly disappointing on that front. I used to be able to do a decent Elmo voice, but I can't actually. I struggle to hit the note now. move that slightly there. Then we go another yellow axle, and another one of these. Yeah, I figured it was Renaissance Fair style stuff. I figured. Hey, Trictic. Finally figured out who you made me think of. A young Tim Curry. Interesting. Um, if you look up some pictures of Colin Hanks, then you'll probably see some significant resemblance there too. Like it's enough that even I can see it. Because often it's hard to see your own resemblance in other people, but I can see that. Hey, if you guys had just asked, I would have been able to tell you right from the outset that yeah, I am a younger Colin Hanks. Uh, wait, that seems to be right. When I last visited my nephews that live out in the country, I took a couple of Lego sets with me and we built some of them together. The oldest one was building one of the motorcycle kits on his own, and he made a similar error to what I did on one of the first Lego streams I did of putting something wrong right at the start. And watching a then 9-year-old try and puzzle through that without getting so frustrated that he broke stuff was an interesting thing to observe. I feel like Lego, when you do it wrong, is a very real test of patience, especially this sort of stuff. That goes there, and then I need 2 more blue pins. Oh no, which was the last one I did? I've got well, I just broke a bit of it as I've got the, Top Gear rally car. I might have disassembled the other one. I think I did, or it's in my shed. Could be in my shed. No, I did disassemble the other one. I did disassemble the other one. The other one was that, tracked vehicle with skid steering. Giovanni Ribisi. I don't know that I see that myself. Uh, yeah, my table is a bit of a clang table because it's, a bit shaky. There's no share inertia tensor here for me to use. No, the skid steer tracked vehicle thing, I disassembled because I was like, I don't need this thing to be assembled. I'd rather have the parts. So I just took it apart as I was in the process of putting stuff in the mountains of shelves behind me. Um, yeah, that one. Cold fingers. Now, let's see if the instructions at some point say, okay, now roll the truck over. This should be easy. Then the good news and bad news. Good news, you have hands of Lego. Yes. Thanks, laws. I was thinking about what you could do with Lego and probably substitute trees. Um, like I've seen some Lego builds on YouTube that have used cucumber and stuff like that as substitute tree for making a sawmill and the like. I was trying to think of what other options there might be to do with things like that. Yeah, lemon tree. I've talked on this issue a little bit before. I intentionally don't put music to my streams because then you're probably going to hear something being repeated a lot. You're potentially going to hear music you don't like. And if I leave it with no music, um, you can listen to your own as well and just have it quiet enough and adjust the volume to suit your preferences. Whereas if I choose my own, you've got all those downsides. So I prefer to just leave it clean for that reason. The other advantage of it, which I haven't really taken advantage of much, but have occasionally, is a music-free stream can be used as a recording that can be edited later um, with greater ease because you don't need to worry about having actually hit record. You can just download the stream to use. So there are a number of reasons why I don't do it, and it is a deliberate, intentional choice. Yeah, Graz, that sawmill was an impressive build, and that's what made me think I wanted to do stuff down at the beach and at the lagoon. So I've got like I can do waterbound stuff there too, at least when it's not flooded like it is at the moment. Yes, Lego gold mining at the beach, that sort of stuff. That's what I was thinking of would be kind of fun, especially as I hopefully learn to do stuff with the robotics. There it is. Here we go. Bottom one first. Don't forget that one. The one I forget. And then the three around. Laws, are you suggesting that I've conditioned you to expect to hear me when you hear my stream opener music? That it every time you hear it now, it just makes you go, "Where's it? Where is he? Where is he? What's going on? What's happening?" Okay, that goes in there, but what axle am I using for this? Show me the axle. There's no. What am I missing here? Surely this doesn't just float in the middle here. Or does it get? I'm confused. That is precisely what I'm saying. I thought it was. It should go in the middle, but there's nothing that says what axle gets pushed through here. No. What's going on? I feel like there's an instruction step missing because it just kind of doesn't show anything going in there. Wait, is it? Oh, it's the yellow bits that go through. I see. Yep. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. I see now. This does go in there, and we got these two things. Yeah, I missed that bit poking through and actually aligning with it. You are correct. Then we got that, that. No, Capuval, I have not. I've unfortunately missed out on the Optimus Prime unless they do another run of it. Makes me sad. But you know how it goes. If they do another run of it, I may pull the trigger and buy one then, because I would really like the Optimus Prime. A really cool looking set. Oh, this is not going to be fun. UCS sets, MO. I'm forgetting what that acronym means. Ultimate Collector Series. Uh, other than other than the Optimus Prime, no. I've got no interest in any of the Star Wars ones myself, which saves me a lot of money. I Yeah, I don't have any special interest in any of the Star Wars stuff. I have pretty much all of there was some special release uh, NASA sets that I don't have, but all of the major release ones I've got. I've um, got the Saturn V, I've got the space station, I've got the shuttle, and I've got the lander, the lunar lander. I've got all those bits. Capac would probably be interested in the Star Wars set to a degree, but I think he's more interested in the pirate sets. Like the classic pirate and classic castle sets. I think a little bit too much of I think the Lego Star Wars stuff reminds him a bit too much of Disney era Star Wars. He's liking. The Star Wars sets, however, can be quite useful for certain parts. Like this was on special, and so I bought it because it's got a few of the joints and things that are useful for the Mobile Frame Zero builds. But I've got zero interest in anything Marvel in general. Some of the Star Wars games, the Lego Star Wars games, do have co-op. Yes. Kavak and I tried to play one a long while back. What is going on with this picture? I've got the wrong red pin. That's what's going on with this picture. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think we stopped playing the Lego one because it was just all a bit broken when one of the Lego games we played in co-op. It was broken at the time. I have no idea what it's like now. That's where this goes. Oh, Black Shadow, that might be it. It might be the count that it was couch co-op. We had some issues. You could be right. That might be why we haven't done it since. Yeah, I'd be open to trying some of those. I remember we had some problems and I don't remember what they were. There's that pin. Oh, I've done that the wrong way. Oops. That was wrong. And this way. Yeah, Laws, there's gonna be more another trivia stream this week on Friday. Uh, tomorrow. It's Thursday, isn't it? Yeah, tomorrow. Uh, in the survival, like the Friday evening time slot. Uh, Kavak and I have not talked through how we're going to do that, like as in where, but it is something we are doing this week, doing tomorrow. And then the following week, we will return and do a finale for the Arc server. That's the plan. Now, where's the bit? There it is. For the voice chat, I think I did tell TFE he's welcome to join us. If he said he would if he's around, but he wasn't sure. But Pav will also be there, and so we were just going to kind of hang out and chat and lose to Catback in trivia. That's what happens normally. And yep, there'll be scavenger hunt episode as always. There will. I believe Moosey uploaded the finalized edit to my NAS this morning. Haven't checked it though, but he said he's uploaded. And unless something broke, it will be. Okay, that around there. And that one's on this side. One on this side. So normally on a Wednesday, I would try and sit down and do some recording of Survival Impossible. Yesterday, I didn't because I wanted to get this space all ready to go. I spent a good chunk of yesterday messing with OBS and setting up my scenes, making sure they all worked, making sure the audio latency was as good as I could get it between the three sources you can see at the moment, because you can see my main camera and my overhead camera. Unfortunately, the overhead camera, uh, because it's going through an NDI plugin, there's a variable delay on it, which is quite frustrating when you're trying to sync things. So I couldn't quite get it right, or exactly right, to the other two. But the main camera to my voice should be right. I don't know why it was mentioned earlier that my other view might have changed. I'll have to have a look at it afterwards. But when I recorded it yesterday and watched it out with me going, it was right. So probably just OBS doing OBS things, as it is wont to do. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with the like. I considering I guessed it, and I just set a value, and I was like, oh, that looks about right. Um, I feel I feel all right about how it ended up. Where's the little one? There we go. Charlie so peacefully asleep, and when she wakes up, she will be destructive as anything. And then I will take her for a walk. Huh? How does that work? Oh, okay. There's a bigger hole there than I thought there was. I missed the piece. We're still trying to figure out when we could do raft, but yeah, we plan to do raft at some point. Can't figure out when that's going to work. This graphics update to SE is unreal. Well, Space Engineers was meant to be space Lego, um, PC Lego, and it does a pretty good job of it, I reckon. All things considered. Yes, Nab is very keen to play some Ark. It's just, yeah, finding time at the moment is more challenging than it has been in the past because we've roped other people into some of our streams. So it's figuring out how to navigate that side of stuff as well. You only just now realize that it's flying Capax flaws. I mean, it is a lot more obvious, and you possibly won't, but it's a lot more obvious on this screen than it is on the other one. Oh, yeah, the audio delay is a bit off. Hmm. Flip you over. Then goes. Hmm. I feel like I'm missing something. There's. All right. Turn this way. So, looking at this picture, this goes onto there. I feel like there should be something sticking out of the end of here to go into this. So it's all part of the same gear system. But it's not. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something. Yes, TFE, you're not annoying. You're a cheeky little bugger, but you're not annoying. Um, just good fun. If you told me this was the basic construction of a Lego Space Engineer ship, I'd believe it. There's no something's. I'm not annoying because I haven't won at June yet. Oh, what have I done wrong? What? I think I must have. Is this going to be another part one mistake by me? I want to go. Just checking. Oh, yeah. There's a yellow axle that's meant to be in there. I think I missed a step. At least I don't have to take anything apart. But yeah, you can see there's a tiny bit of a yellow axle sticking out there, which is not in there, which should be. Does that count as a? It's a mistake, but is it as? Oh man, I need to. These things need to be defined. Oh man, how am I going to get? I mean, yes, it's a mistake. I had to go back to figure out what was wrong and missing and stuff. So yes, we will end the prediction and do it again. That's 2 mistakes during part 1. Jeez. I'm going well. Okay, the numbers were a little more interesting this time. Still 17% on number 1, 31% on number 2, 36% on number 3, 14% on 4, and only 1% for none this time. Yep, because this is still bag 1. That was still a mistake. So I'm going to rephrase it now for this next prediction. And it's going to be, which bag will I need reassembly on? So by reassembly, I mean I'm going to need to take apart something that requires me to go back a page. Actually, a better way to even phrase this: which is the next bag I'm going to make a mistake that requires me to backtrack and do some reassembly on? Well, that's interesting. I put one of the yellow axles in, but not the other. Interesting. Wait, no all? There's no all because it's the next bag that I'm going to cause a problem with. Because that means we can do the prediction multiple times during. So we're now up to the third. Oh dear. Flip you over. Grab that and pop it in there. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I think it's possible in the future, Capac and I can do a co-op build. Though I also think that initially we would do side-by-side builds, so parallel builds. Me building one thing, him building another thing. think that's more likely in the first stage while we figure out how things like this can even work. Because this is like this whole making live streams with Lego is it's something that I'm hoping to evolve over time and get better at, make it more interesting, make it more interactive, add different things like that. One thing I hope I can do with one of the phone apps to control OBS is be able to switch scenes with it rather than mouse, but also maybe um, have my tablet open with chat so that I can do the predictions on it without having to walk over to the thing. Not so bad for now, but I hope that I can do that in the future to make it a bit more seamless. Would be nice. Let's see, I hope I'm giving this next vote away. Yeah, Mike, I hope I don't stuff up on the remaining pieces of part of bag of set 1, 'cause that's not great. But with how much is left, if I make yet another error. Yeah, Laws. In this stream, Splitsy will be making a Mindstorm semi-truck. Cowback will be making a sandwich. Yes, out of Lego. And yes, they are using the same set. Um, I I got given a book by my other half for Christmas, which was a whole collection of different ideas from Brickman, who's the Aussie, one of the hosts of Australian Lego Masters, that has a whole lot of build challenges and the like in it. And I think a bunch of those challenges could be fun things for Capac and I to do against each other, sort of thing. Like I set out the parts, we have the same part, and we have to build a thing out of those parts. Doing any of the Lego Masters style challenges as well, the simpler ones, that is, because I don't think I've got enough parts to do some of the more complex ones. But some of the simpler challenges could be really a really fun little thing to do side by side. But that's the sort of stuff I'd like to do in the future, and I think is very doable for us. Uh, yeah, that's one of the ideas I've got, using the ideas from that book to come up to do different build challenges together. But some of them look really fun. Most of these streams, I hope, will not be just me building from a set from instructions. Although I don't mind doing these either because it's a good opportunity to just chat, as the category option that was left for me to do for this says this stream is. I'm always amazed how when you're building, you have a thing, and with one more brick, suddenly you have a truck. Yeah, Ox, that's a really good description of how Lego works often with this. All of a sudden, you put this final piece on, you're like, oh, that's what I've been doing. Oh, I see. So we are back round. These go on here. Yeah. making sure I had the correct one on this side, and I did. I am not familiar with that laws, but then that probably doesn't surprise you, given the number of things you referenced that I'm like, "Huh? What?" Make a one-to-one scale Steve out of Lego. I think I'd prefer to make a one-to-one scale Steve out of, foam and, like, shape it, because 'cause it'd be about this sort of big. It's sort of like a squished basketball in size. I think I did, but I don't know if it actually did. Apologies. Bah, bah, bah. Mute did work. Yay! Alright, goes there. All the differentials for the wheels were interesting to put together. I work out why it has such complex gearing in between. No, no. This really makes me miss playing with Lego. I used to constantly build with bricks when I was younger, although I do still have a chest full of those pieces. Well, they probably still work, Black Shadow, but some of the secondhand stuff I've gotten is really old. Um, the blocks still work. They're a little more prone to breakage, but they do still work. Now this one goes in on this side and there. Aha. I'm finally putting the motor on this thing. There's nothing wrong with Lego being on your mind. There could be worse things on your mind. I have Lego on my mind most of the time. Constantly trying to think of things that I can do with Lego that might be fun video or stream content. Oh, that actually, yeah, okay. That is a valid point. Having Lego on your mind is expensive. It's very true. It's very expensive to have Lego on your mind. Uh, I managed to resist buying any of the Lego sets off Amazon during the Prime Day sales. That was good. I figured with me actually starting to be in a position to use this space, I should probably use up the stuff I've bought already and actually make some use of that rather than buying more stuff that I'm potentially just going to sit on for another year. Didn't buy anything else either, which was probably a good thing. Uh, yeah, agreed text. The 1,969 pieces for the Saturn V and them carefully making sure that there were exactly that number of pieces. It's those little touches are what makes me think that a lot of the people that work at Lego actually really like their jobs because they get encouraged to do things like that. And it'd be kind of cool to work for a company that encourages you to do things like that. Hey, Zuriel. Yeah, the little details they did for the NASA kits are really cool. I mean, I imagine part of the reason Lego is so expensive is because they do allow their designers the sort of freedom that lets them do little details like that. Um, you're not going to make, not going to easily make things cheap if you um, let your designers have that much freedom. Yeah, I'm building the Volvo dump truck. This one, the six-wheeler. Which motor is this one? This one. He's got a knife. Yes, I do have a knife. No, it's not that one. Which motor is it? Not that one. The dump truck is so you can clear all the Capac clones out of the med bay. Sure, why not? Now those can go over there for now. There we go. Now put the red thing in the motor thing. Put the black pins in. So this is going to go here. Interesting. I was expecting it to be centered somehow. Then we have a blue with a thing over it. Sheath. And I did that the wrong way around. I did. What? 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 What have I done? That way. I had to go that way. What are you doing, Splitsy? Wake up to yourself. That way. I can see colors. And there's another blue pin with this on. There. Okay, then it is this little motor with the Lego upside down. And we should put two black pins on this side. Depends on your mood. You can pronounce it North, but you don't have to. Um, I'm not going to sticker this build because well, then I can use the stickers for something later if I have a particular build that I'm not going to dismantle, but I'll probably dismantle this build, so I'm not going to sticker it. Come on. There we go. Oh, answer that, and I hadn't even seen your answer there, Dragnon. Yes, I don't tend to do the stickers on these builds because I do expect things like this truck to be used as parts in custom builds. If I build something custom and then realize that a little detail sticker like these things with the little warnings on them might be useful, then I'll use the stickers for that. Like if I built the RX 39487, or if I built the cockroach, or if I built um, an ugly duckling or something like that, I might use stickers on those to give them a bit of extra detail. But I think that's because I wouldn't pull those apart. I'd keep those as they were. So we flip this over, and then we bring the cables around underneath those. And then we get two of these and put them this way. Apparently this is what I look like. Yeah, Stephen House. Not my first time on camera. I have been on stream camera before. And these come back this way. We're being told. Also, and I know a few people have found this, I have also been on TV, a TV show that was about me and 6 other people I worked with. But I don't share that one, the details of that one. You got to find it yourself. Okay, watching these streams are dangerous. Not only are they inspiring and entertaining, they are also a way to time travel into the future without you realizing. Anyway, 3:15 a.m. is a good time to catch some sleep. See you, Black Shadow. Have a good night. Hope I haven't inspired you to spend too much money on Lego. Right. Now, this looks like a tricksy little hobbit, but seems as though all I need to do is line up the black one into there, and the yellow one into there, like so. Then push in the grey pins, and then that drop down, and I push those in. Oh, I thought that was going to be the dumping mechanism. Guess not. Just locking that all in place. Cool. See ya, Kemsies. Night, everybody, and good luck, Splitsy. If the progression is linear, you still have 12 hours to go. Hmm. Problematic. The progression is not linear. I think I'm probably halfway through. That'll be my guess. About halfway through the build. Pushed in the grey ones, pushed in the blue ones, and that's it. Oh, no, there's a pin. That needs to go in there. Okay. That goes into there. What page am I on? I'm on page 92 of 450 odd. The thing is, these are the bits that I really have to be extra careful about. Because it's so much easier to mess these bits up and not realize it. So I'm being a bit more cautious than I am when I get to other bits. I don't know, I could be wrong. I don't want to get up to wasted stream hours. I want to still have time to make other stuff. I can say I'm halfway through because this stuff takes more time. This stuff, the bigger the like building the actual um oh actually I forgot that. Maybe I'm a third of the way through. Maybe that's more reasonable. Eh, I'm having fun, so I don't really feel like I need to rush. I'm happy to just keep going. But yeah, I do think that the other parts of this will be quicker. Don Kimball, I am building the Volvo six-wheeler. We go to that. I'm definitely building more slowly than I did on those other streams. Goes on to get in there. Get in there. Give it a minute, it'll be a fifth of the way through. No, there are 4 bags, and I am almost finished the first. Oh, come on. There we go. Goes on there. And it goes on there. Oh, this is something I want to learn. Um, and I think could be useful for some builds in the future. But the correct stud lengths that match up across to allow you to put diagonal pieces in that are actually held down in place properly. Because there are a few combos that work very nicely, and there are a few that don't work so nicely, but still kind of work. We got that. Then we have, oh, that's one of these. My hands feel quite cold. They're probably looking a bit pink. Yeah, they're a bit cold, but I'm managing. It's not as bad as I feared it might be down here. I thought it could have been worse. I think Charlie might be feeling the cold more than me, actually. Unfortunately, the little coat that I ordered her has not yet arrived, and the one that she does have is, let's just say, a little bit too nice to leave her unattended with, because she will probably chew it and destroy it. Whereas the one that I've bought her is intended to be a little more comfortable as well. The other one that she's got is waterproof, and we use it at dog training because we're out at night and she gets very cold. The one week I forgot it, she started sneezing, and so we took her home. She was just, as soon as we got her warm, she was like, Charlie is 1 year old. Um, yeah, I was tempted to put a beanie on, but I find it gets a bit uncomfortable. And then I didn't really want to have beanie hair on my first stream in ages. All right, Charlie, I'll let you out. You clearly are itching to go out. There you go. It is raining and slightly sunny, so you're going to be back in a moment, I expect. What are we doing? This is going in there. Not that way. No, Dragnon, I do not wear hats a lot. I rarely wear hats. That's indeed a rarity for me. I don't know why, I've just never been a hat person. The podcast voice may well be coming from the fact that the microphone is right there, sitting right next to my throat, which gives a bit more. I haven't listened to my voice through this mic versus my regular mic to compare them, but it's possible there's a bit more bass because it's right next to my throat. I don't know. Those snap together, then put this grey bit over. Hold it in place. So if you look at the face cam, the audio should be pretty well synced, but the overhead camera is not going to be. But yeah, it's not something I can easily mess with on stream because I have to be able to hear the recording. I can't just look at the camera and see whether it lines up with my mouth because the camera's delayed. So it's something I can only fix the delay off stream, unfortunately. But I'll fiddle with it a bit more. I thought I had it pretty good, but I did have the feeling that it would potentially even drift through a stream, which is not great. Goes in there. And one of these goes on. Pushing things onto axles is when I'm really feeling my fingers. Now we're doing another different thing with that on there, going into there. And what type? One of these ones. Yeah, I think for the situation I'm in right now, having a lav mic is the best solution because especially as I've got a radio lav mic, so I'm not tethered to anything at all. I've got one of the Rode Wireless Go 2, which I don't know if it's making it onto the screen. And then I've got their lav extension for it, so it's not the big clip sitting on my chest, it's the smaller piece, which should give a bit slightly cleaner sound. But the good thing about the Wireless Go setup is that I've got a second mic that came in the kit. So when Capac comes around, he can also be mic'd up, but he'll just have the clip on his shirt. And I didn't I do have a shotgun mic that I could have mounted to the ceiling, but to use it, if I step over here, I'll sound very different to here versus here. And for tabletop gaming, that seemed to be a less desirable solution. So balancing all of the different things, I felt that the best solution was lav mic. And for when I'm playing anything with, say, Jackson, who's over in the US, I've actually got Bluetooth earbuds so that I can hear him and do the things that he wants done with his troops. Right, that's done. Then this goes on there. How am I keeping that there though? That look right? That looks right. Yeah. Hopefully this next bit will hold it in place. And we go that. Another one of those. Oh, dang it. Yeah, I kind of despise omni-pattern mics in general. Tex. They have a tendency to pick up way too much sound that you don't want, like a dog, for the environments that I produce audio in. Um, in a studio setup, totally different. The different pickup patterns are fine, but for someone who can't control the acoustic conditions fully, they're just generally, I do not like them. Too hard to control the sound and make things sound nice. Um, I also wonder whether there is an element of Twitch causing delay here as well. I feel like that's possible with the audio delay that you guys are seeing, which is going to make it very difficult for me to troubleshoot and fix. Put that round to match the book. I don't have to do mental gymnastics. And then this goes in there, and this goes. Come on, this is really hard. Okay. Huh. Apparently, that only needs a small amount of play. Interesting. Now, what is this trying to show me? I think that's right. I don't think there's another way that could have happened. Um, Red Moose, I would not recommend my camera that I'm using for someone to set up a streaming space because my camera, even though it's now quite old, is still very expensive. I just happened to have this camera from another hobby and am using it here because I'm using an A7S II with a fairly uh, pricey lens on it that I bought years ago. Um, So it's not something I would recommend other people go out and get, so to speak, 'cause it's yeah, it's not it's not it's not a reasonable thing to spend the money on to do the job that it's doing. Way too much. It's way too expensive for what it's doing. It's just that I had it, so that it was cheaper for me because it was already there. That makes sense. Um, yeah, because I like photography, and I've spent a fair bit of time when traveling trying to get better at it. I'm not a good photographer, but I do enjoy it. Do, 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 do. Not many pieces left. Oh, welcome back, wet dog. You smell delightful. Yes, but you are delightfully warm. I will give you that, Charlie. Delightfully warm. You want to say hello to everyone again? Hey, 1, 2, 3. Ugh. There we go. Say hello. Ugh. Ugh. Definitely have to use proper lift technique with you, don't I? Don't I? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And more fur on my body. So one of the things I was considering for this stream was like the stand up, sit down thing I've got for my regular streams, was having a make Charlie say hi uh, channel point thing. But I realized that Charlie runs off, so I can't always do that. And also, I'd like to have a better camera set up for that if I'm going to do it. Okay, Charlie can. Yeah, Tex, she's a big girl. A big dog, which is exactly what I wanted. Wasn't expecting her to be quite such a handful, but you know, it is what it is. She's still very adorable. But she does not realize how big she is when she is in our house. Yeah, I imagine there are a few people feeling like that, Salvage Code, that this is the first time they've seen me on camera, and it's weird to put a face to the voice. It's definitely one of those things that takes a few moments for you to realize for your brain to kind of connect the dots. Oh no. Charlie, please don't knock anything over. She's running around like a lunatic now. There's one of her chew toys. Nah, I've seen you before and you're still playing with Lego. Yep. Hopefully, I will never have to stop playing with Lego. That would be a very that would definitely be a dream fulfillment for me to never have to stop playing with Lego. The child that I was would certainly be probably quite happy with what I've ended up doing. Uh, 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 Then make up the other side. Yeah, no, don't fall apart. I personally find it weird to see you without your spacesuit on. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I'm also not wearing grey. There's that too. I'll have to make sure that when I buy myself some of the merch, once I've finished fixing up the page for it, I make sure that it is in grey, which will also probably work nicer against the navy blue background. Although then I'll blend in with the table. Did you you expected something more akin to the Spaceman music guide? Do you mean the everyday astronaut? That dude? Tim Dodd? That's his name, isn't it? Oh, hold up. I just realized there is something I might need to adjust. It doesn't involve taking things apart. I just got to make sure it's right. So whether this black gear here is supposed to be. Oh, where did that go? Make sure I don't. Does it sit in this way around, or does it sit in that way around? I'm guessing it should be this way. You're not the real Splitsy. The real Splitsy is doing a voiceover in the other room, hence the desync. Yes. Yep, definitely that. Okay, that's not the right way around. It is grey down. Done that the wrong way around. Trying to make sure this bit seems like a bit that's going to be really annoying to fix if I get it wrong now. Yep. Okay, I've got it right now. And I didn't have to turn a page, so it wasn't a mistake. Technicality. Oh, okay, something very, very different was what people were meaning. Yeah. Yeah, it It's quite an important part, I realize. That's why I wanted to make absolutely sure I had it right, because it is where the pistons go. Okay. Bag 2. Yeah. Extra parts. Love that Lego gives us extra parts. All right. Number 2 bags. Oh yeah, don't forget the ear. Good point. That would be bad. No, come out. Why won't you come out? Why are you stuck? Oh no. How do I get that out? Hmm. I might have made a mistake. I'm not sure how to rectify it either. How, how, how do I get that out? Um, hmm. Can I get this in there to pop that out? Nope, not a chance. Should not have put those pins in. Can I pop them through, maybe? Right. Maybe they'll pop through. Yeah, very raw raggy. There we go. Now we have another problem, which is how do I get these red pins back up? Apparently fingernails. Fingernails work. Now the orange tool might do the trick. Get it in there. Can I get it in there? Come on. What's there? Ah, I don't have the leverage. Come on. Got like a millimeter further to go. Just get there. Yeah, there we go. Fixed without going back a page. And I can go back in my random Technic parts drawer. Yes, everything is awesome. See. Let's see. Put that over the side now. Yes, it's cool when you're part of a stream. I don't know whether to count that one because I didn't go back a page, but I did have to push some parts out. There were no broken pins. There was no prying as such. What I was using the orange bit for was the pins had gone down a bit, and so I'd pushed them in, and so I was getting it under there to push them back up, straight back up, but was at an awkward position. I didn't turn the page back. Yes, Laws, your reasoning may be suspect, given you have a vested interest. I did specify it must involve turning back a page and disassembling something. And I did only one of those two things. And I'm sure in future streams I will define it differently. Because I will forget how I defined it this time. Part C of part. And let us begin on part number 2. Now, it's still entirely possible that the people who predicted bag 1 is where the problem will be correct. Because if I find out that I've stuffed something up while assembling part 2 that is actually in part 1, that will still be part 1 that's the problem. Charlie, please don't knock over the TV behind me. Wow, Dragnon. Wow. That's ouch. Don't cheat, I just forget the rules. The timing there. The timing. Worst part is you're not wrong. That's why it's awful. Yeah, Yoshi, I don't know which way we're going to go with the SnowRunner. I think next week we're going to talk about it at the start of the stream, so um, I'm sure there will be much discussion and then a random choice that is nothing that anybody wants, because that's the way we roll, apparently. That one, and then I need to do another one. They need to be mirrored. Yes, Laws. I did do stuff based off memory, but that's where this gets tricky. I can remember stuff. Means I was paying attention. Uh, yeah, I'm enjoying SnowRunner. I am incredibly frustrated by the terrible netcode, but I'm enjoying the game when it works, which isn't all that consistent. Which is why I will happily say SnowRunner is a fun game I do not recommend. Which is a weird thing to say, but yeah, it is a fun game I don't recommend. On the light echoes front, this afternoon, after this stream, I am going to be doing some editing on a light echoes short that sits between season 2 and season 3 that Capac and I decided to do as a way to get some momentum going. We recorded it on Monday, and I'm looking forward to showing it off. Yeah, there's bad net code that gives you lag, and then there's bad net code that disconnects the people you're playing with. Lag I can deal with. Wasted being disconnected every time Capac's computer crashes, that's more obnoxious. Especially since Capac refuses to spend the time to find out the exact cause of his problems and fix it. Wasted gets dropped whenever Capac connects because the netcode is terrible. That's the only answer I've got. I don't have any other response for that. They broke the game's netcode when they added crossplay. Where is A5 piece? There it is. Yes, Space Engineer's got a VR update. I don't think I'd want to. I'm not sure that I'd want to. I would want to at least try it. I'd want to play. I'd want to try Space Engineers in VR. I don't think I'd play it long term in VR. I feel like a game to be good in VR needs to be designed with VR in mind from the ground up. So it takes advantage of the control scheme that you have there and enables you to actually maximize what that gives you. Adding it on to something that wasn't intended feels like, at least in the examples that I've played, it feels a little bit like playing a multiplayer mod of a single player game. You can have some fun, but for the most part, you're going to go like a in development multiplayer mod, I should say. For the most part, you're going to go back to playing it the regular way afterwards because it just doesn't quite work as well as you want it to. Oh, I say again about SnowRunner, very often when Splitsy comes up to a tunnel, I half expect to see two heavily armed people in bright skirts and, I presume, and leg warmers laws come out. Yeah, Subnautica is what I was referring to there with the multiplayer VR comparison thing. Like, Catback and I were able to have some fun in that, but still a very broken experience. And I'd probably prefer to play something that's more developed under most circumstances. I'm really glad that they're keeping on working on it. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm glad it's a thing, but it's just not a thing that I will choose to play every day. A more polished product, just a bit more it's a bit easier to enjoy a more polished product. And another one of those, and another one of those. And I need to do that twice. Two of them. One thing I would like in Space Engineers is a way to navigate in zero G without mag boots or a jetpack. Um, yeah, I don't know how you do that. Like sure, a tether, but having a navigable, like a useful tether, it's just not something I've seen in a game. So I'm struggling to picture how it would work. I'm not saying it couldn't. I just can't picture it. Oh yeah, the grabby moving around. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, TFE. Climbs grabbing mechanics, so you have to grab onto holds and tow yourself around that way. I feel like that would be a fun thing to put Cat back into. Probably more fun for me than for him, but for him though. Uh, what am I doing with this? Just going through there. A little gear. These little black ones on the inside. Oh, the harpoons were fun. Don't knock the harpoons, Laws. Come on. Oh, the harpoons were so silly. So great though. Yeah, text exactly. The Subnautica multiplayer being a mod makes it a lot more acceptable. Well, that doesn't work. Just trying to get off my feet, and I thought maybe if I kneel on the stool. What if I briefly do this? Come on, mouse. Yeah. All right. That works. As long as I don't lean too far in. Where am I at? Did that bit. Now I'm doing this bit. I'm building up another one of these again. Yep, I remember what I'm doing. Goes in there. Then we get a yellow axle. Yes, Litzy has hands. Cold hands. Very, very cold hands. Charlie just ran up to me and nudged me with her head, and I was afraid I was going to fall over backwards. Wait, so why this time are we not? Oh, whatever. Oh, I see why we're not doing it differently this time. Fine. Wondering why we were before I used the little slip things. Not, I don't think there's another one example. Yeah, they've just used different bits. Before I used one of these style of pieces, um, and now this time it's asking me to use a different type. Whatever. Sure, they have their reasons, like we were talking about before. Yeah. And where's the bigger? There it is. Nudge him so he turns the instructions back 5, 10 pages in panic. Wow. Now who doesn't cheat, they just forget the rules, laws. Hmm? Yes, I turned the face cam off because right now it would be chest cam, not face cam. And I don't think you need to have a big chunk of the viewpoint taken up by my navy blue hoodie. I'm just having been standing for how long is this stream been going for? A couple of hours. Just wanted to get off my feet for a little bit. I'm kneeling on my stool. My stool is too short. I mean, I can try sitting on it for a bit. Going um, toddler at big person's table. There we go. Yeah. Toddler at the big person's table. I'm a big boy. Oh my gosh, my voice is not working today. My falsetto. Oh, I can barely see the book. This is an awkward angle. We will make do. I'm supposed to put 2 blue things with axle end on where? What are you doing down there, Charlie? A lot of noise. Yeah. All right, I'm standing up. This doesn't work. That chair is just way, 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 way too low. So this goes in there. Then the blue pins go currently. Yes, I do not have a giant bushy beard. I find having a beard really annoying. I'm not a fan of having a beard. It gets itchy. It eventually grows out to the point where it's not itchy, and by that point it's scruffy and you got to maintain it. Ugh, it's just easy to shave. Though I will admit, I typically shave like once it gets to the itchy phase, and then I'll shave, and then I'll let it get to the itchy phase again before I shave again. That's like once every 5 days or so. Because I be lazy about those things. And I really do need the itchiness to drive me to do something about it. Yes, I have a fair bit more hair than Capac does up here. I think I also grow a better beard than Capac does. This is a bit patchy. I'll be back in just a sec. I'm going to take a quick bio break. And I'm going to give you the old, yeah, let's go the old hourglass. I'll be back in just a couple. And I'm back, I think. Yes? Yeah, yeah, good. Ha, um, yes, laws. Good thing Capac isn't around at the moment. He'd be throwing omelette ingredients and splits his truck. Ego my Lego. Yes, that does seem like a Capac thing to do. Also, yes, Capac has not infuriated me so much that I've pulled out all of my hair, as I misinterpreted what was said before. Right. I got Charlie a bit of a distraction. I'm not sure how long it's going to last. It was like a 35 centimeter long piece of jerky, which is made for dogs with minimal salt. So it should be all right for her. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Capac hasn't irritated me to the point of tearing my hair out yet. The yet is important, though it just sounded like I said the Yeti is important. Hmm? Ah, because the blue one, doesn't it? Yeah, sure. That's what we're working towards. I'm getting there. Getting there. Takes a while, but that's Lego. That's fun. There are so many more things I need to think about when I'm working in thing where I'm on camera. That didn't sound like a good noise, Charlie. She seems all right. It sounded like she was choking on it. There is a TV in the background because I could. I wanted it. Because when I'm on this screen, I wanted something a bit more dynamic in the background, something a bit more interesting going on. That's why I did it. But I might try and crop down the picture-in-picture me so it doesn't include just that little bit of the TV. Like, I could just do this. Is that enough? That out of the shot? Yeah, pretty much. Yes, I'm greebling my wall, exactly. I made sure that the large curtain wall that stops you from seeing the fridge that's behind it uh, had something interesting to it. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, my partner had a spare TV when we moved in together because my TV was bigger and newer. So I have a TV I had a TV I could use for this. Kind of handy. Okay. Do I need to do a poll to see whether people want the flying capacs partly in the shot or not? Should I hide them or should I keep them? Could do a poll. Can I do a poll yeah, I should be able to do it. No poll needed for that. All right, just say it in chat and I'll try and roughly see whether people want that they're distracting them or not. It's a keep. I mean, I'm going to keep it for the big shot, but I didn't want to use. I wasn't sure whether to keep them for the little shot. All right. Put more in the background. I don't want to move the TV too much because if I move it too much, well, one, it's a pain to move, but two, if I move it too much, it'll make the other shot look unbalanced. So it's can't be like that works on the other shot still. But if I push it too much further, it'll make it unbalanced. And we know I don't do visual. I don't like unbalanced visuals, or at least intentionally don't. Hopefully that's enough that you can see what it is rather than it just being flashes of orange. The way I've moved it now. I'm not fine with unbalanced vehicles. I'm fine with top-heavy vehicles. They're different things. They are. Or I wouldn't say I'm necessarily fine with it. I'd more say I have a bad habit of doing it. What are you doing, dog? You demolished that already. Jeez, I think she just swallowed that piece of jerky whole. It was literally this long. Yeah, the asymmetric vehicles in Eve are mostly visually balanced, though. They are asymmetric, but there's visual balance there, which I think is it's an aesthetic it's an aesthetic I aim for. And every time I drink from my water bottle, I feel like I need to say something about Linus Tech Tips. Or lttstore.com. I'd like to thank you and Wasted for getting me addicted to Rimworld. You're welcome, Yoshi. Rimworld is a great little game. Especially if you like colony simulators. And even more so, if you, oh dear, I've done something silly here, but I'm going to continue and hope I can figure out where I put the thing so I don't have to roll back a page. I will just work it out from a future thing. Yes, and no longer banned in Australia, that is true. Silly, archaic censorship malarkey that we have. Oh, have you got the mobile crane set, Mike? Yeah, I was thinking of that was the set that I was almost tempted to buy on Amazon yesterday. I restrained myself though. I am trying to not let myself buy any new Lego sets until I have at least built all the ones I have, or most of the ones I have, because I feel like I feel like the like buying more at this point is a bit silly because I don't even know what I've got. I've bought so much Lego secondhand that I don't actually know what parts I might need for the tabletop game stuff we're planning on doing and all this side of things. So I want to figure out more of what I've got before spending more money on stuff I might not need or I might want something different instead. Because a lot of these sort of crane builds I'm mainly thinking of as ways for me to learn techniques to build things, and ways for me to get lots of Technic parts that I might want. Oh yeah, text. Space Engineers is 100% Lego in space, and that's what Marek's original sales pitch of it was. It's meant to be Lego Technic in space. That's the Space Engineers sales pitch, and I think it's right. Like, I am not keen to. Oh, that was not an intentional pun. Um, Not usually on board with agreeing with marketing speak, but in this instance, I think it's right. I think it's accurate. I think that's why Space Engineers has grabbed me so effectively because it is space Lego, where I don't have to buy all the parts. Hey, Pyroghost. Yeah, credit where credit is due, but still makes me unhappy to agree with marketing speak. But that's, I mean, maybe it's not marketing speak because it is actually true. Maybe that's why it's okay. Like, I feel like even Mr. Salt himself, Farrell, would agree that it is true about it, that it is space Lego. Um, yeah, while there are some shared elements between Space Engineers and Minecraft in the way that you place down blocks to build things, I think Space Engineers has enough extra stuff that isn't possible even in, or when it is possible in heavily modded versions of Minecraft. Um, it's just not the same. Space Engineers does it better. Where in the world is this going? Ah, that's the steering component. Gotcha. There are plenty of things that would add to the Space Engineers experience in a positive way. Huh, something's not right here. I think I know what, but how did I do that wrong? Is that a, I don't see how this could work differently. I made a mistake. So these bits that stick out are somehow meant to stick inward, but I'm struggling to see how that works. Oh, I see how that works. I see how that works. Uh, Again, I don't need to go back a page. Technicalities, here we come. Now, my mistake is not being yet very good at reading the manual and reading chat. I hope over time I will get better at doing the two at the same time so that I make fewer of these errors, but I suspect it's going to take me a little while. Okay, that almost went flying, but it didn't. I'm going to pop out the red bit. And it should be all right. Oh, man. This is so much harder with cold hands. I think it's meant to go, yeah, like that. Right. That goes in there. I have to put this one out. Yeah, definitely going to need to think up a more useful definition of what a mistake is that probably next time doesn't involve turning a page back. Um, or maybe that's the challenge, because then I have to try and figure things out based on not going back through. Maybe this is the fun part, because I'm actually having to think things through and see how stuff's come together so that I can actually get it to work. Maybe this is the better way to do it. All right, now that goes under there. Maybe you pull an Arctic camper and make a makeshift tent where you can warm that up around your workspace. I'm not even sure how well that'd work. Yeah. Now that pin should be able to go in there. Yay! And now what it says for me to do, which is push this grey axle through, is actually doable. We have a large sheet of paper, and the instant you say I made a mistake, you cover the manual. That's not likely to be helpful. In fact, I think that would just grind everything to a big halt. Because if I cover the manual, how am I meant to figure out um, how to fix it? Like, I at least need to see the picture. Okay. That looks like that, which means do the next when I find the part. There's the part. Oh yeah, when Capac joins to read out instructions for you as the builder. Is that still in the works? That's something we haven't talked about. I'd slightly forgotten about that idea. I'd certainly be down for it, 'cause I think it could be fun. Um, we could possibly do that more as a thing he could come over here to do. Something we could do over on the Zebra Monkey channel at some point. Co-op build. Keep talking and nobody steps on a Lego build. Feel like that'd work. And also potentially be quite amusing. Where I'm looking for that bit. I don't think it'd be that hard. Oh, there it is. I don't think it'd be that hard to find. Oh, Easter part. And this is why I don't open the whole lot at once. I'm going to take the part from part one. I don't know where the one in this is. That goes on there. That goes on there. That goes in there. What am I supposed to do with this? Huh? Eh? I'm confused. So very confused. Maybe as a lifeline from Capac the instructor, he can give you help, but he has to draw the help for you. There you go, Gilbert. Um, what is this trying to highlight? Thoroughly confused, but I think I know why. I think it's because I'm thinking about this the wrong way, and I didn't add an extra bit that needs to be on here. So I think because I was imagining it'd sit about there, but actually it needs to go all the way through, so it sits there. And then we can put, as it's showing, the that in there. And then that is bending at the same spot. Hooray! And no. Two of the flatty ones, where are they? Yeah, it's supposed to go all the way into the middle there, as far as I can understand. I think I've got that right now. Where are those 10 bits? There's one. There's another one. There we are. Okay, so these are supposed to somehow... Oh, I see. Goes down there, clips into these. Why we didn't do that earlier when it was straight after the other step? Oh, probably so that we could easily see what we're doing. Yeah, Cannonball, these are the bags I've opened are all were all numbered the same. So they're all intended to be opened together. Um, I didn't really have a choice to not open them. It's supposed to be. Unless I've misunderstood how these things are supposed to work. I think I have. I mean, I could have just left all the pins in their bag, but that's less fun. Goes up there. That goes on. No, it doesn't go on there. That is one step too soon. This goes on there. It's not a TV screensaver as such, just a looping video that I made that is on the TV. I feel like every now and then I need to do and switch back to the other camera point so that you can see what's on the TV. To reassure people that it's as ridiculous as it seems. Because why not? Da, 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 da. Yep, many capacs floating in. I messed around with like spherical grav gens to get them to move in interesting ways as they float about. Hey, thanks, Silly String Parfait. And thanks, Zoneth. Oh, wait, can't read from here. Staring into the lights. And thanks, Zoni, for the Prime sub 20 minutes ago that I missed. Yes, it's raining capacs. Hallelujah, it's raining capacs. Yes. Where's the 7 long? There it is. Pyroghost, the Wrong Way style series are a occasional thing, not a constant thing. The next one will not be until Australian summer at the earliest. And it is currently winter. Makes my hands very cold while doing this. Oh, get in there. There we go. And now I make that again. I mirror it. No, no. I disagree, Yoshi. Lego is not made more interesting with super glue. No, no, no. Get your Craggle away from me. Thanks, Neb. I'm pretty happy with how the setup ended up coming together. It took me long enough. Yeah, I feel like I finally got a setup that I'm quite happy to use. And we'll be alternating between being too hot and too cold down here, I suspect. My garage is under my house, as I am on a slopey block. And it is not suitable for proper thermal control. Where's a black 3-piece? There's a grey one. There's a black one. Oh dear. Why am I having such a difficult time finding this thing? Yeah. Yeah, silly string. I don't have the 2 to 3 PCs running. I actually do have 2 PCs running down here because that over my shoulder is running off a PC attached to that TV. Could probably do that more efficiently somehow. Maybe. Now's not the time to think about that. But this space connects directly with under my house. So kinda hard to do much to affect its thermals. It does stay relatively cool during summer, given it's under the house, but eh, I'm not missing a piece, am I? Just a standard 3 long round bar in black. Got grey ones. Okay, do a proper search. Another 3-bar grey. I'm sure I will have a piece that matches this somewhere in my shelves behind me. The problem will be finding one there. I actually do think I might be missing it. Someone in Lego's quality assurance was asleep. I can't see it. Unless you guys can spot it on screen, I think I am missing that bit, and I will try and find one in my Technic drawer. This is my Technic drawer at the moment. It is not remotely sorted, but it is only Technic bit. I'll pull out the grey one in case this takes too long, because I can use a grey one as a makeshift part. That looks to be it. There we go. Got one. Left pile, you reckon there is one? So that's not what we want. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. Those are 2-pin or 2-stud. And that's not one of them. That's not, that's not, that's not, that's not. That's a yellow one. And that's a grey one. Yeah, I don't. It could be here, but I really don't see it. Anyway, I have an extra. Huh? It was one of the 2-pin ones, yeah. I thought it's hard to pick out on stream. If these streams become something that like happen more often, well, hopefully when these streams become something that happens more often, I might try and see if it's worthwhile getting one of those hand zoom tilt webcams, and then have it so that it can actually track my hands and where they are, so that the camera moves a bit rather than just being a static overhead. Because then you can get a much tighter shot of what's happening, um, which might make it a bit easier to see what's happening on screen. If we end up with an extra one at the end, then we know what an extra. But if not, I'll just get Lego to mail me one, because they're very good about replacing the missing bits. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. I'm not. This isn't even the right piece. It's not a standard one. It's got the little bit on the side. It's this. Why? Why am I like this? All right. Moving on. Yeah. Click that up. Okay. And then get one of these. Look it through. Ooh, more motor. This motor. Joys of Night Shift, Barrowed Ghost. The Joys of Night Shift. I have the utmost pity for anyone stuck on a night shift, and sympathy. Sympathy is better than pity. That's probably the word I was looking for. Thanks, Executive Storm. Oh, pulling a double. That's worse. Okay, what is this trying to tell me? That way, and make sure that is aligned to that, which it is. So, I don't know if you guys can see that. There's a thing on the end. Kind of like the rotor's 0 marker. Yes, Silly String Parfait. Those are new emotes. They're also available on Discord. I custom made them yesterday. I wanted to have special Lego emotes, so I made up a bunch of them yesterday. Took me a little while, but that's just because I'm not very good at that stuff. But it was fun. It was fun making a blank Lego head that I could then add different expressions to. So we had Lego emotes without me having to steal someone else's work to do it. And yes, I did make the freezing emote as the first one I made, because I expected to be very cold down here. So it seemed fitting. And yeah, this does appear to be a steering motor that resets to 0, or has some sort of sensor apparatus to reset itself to 0, which is really cool. And potentially something that's going to be really valuable in custom builds in the future. I'm excited about. And that was another part of why I wanted this particular set, because I figured it was going to be potentially quite useful from that front. And yes, you did say, "Oh, so cool" with the freezy face emote. Seemed appropriate. I just kind of assumed you were doing a bit of a laws and playing with puns and Grozob. Yes, laws. Hey, I resemble that remark, I think is what you're trying to say. As Capac would say. Oh, get in there. There we go. Yeah, the kit includes the motor, and then this is a smartphone controlled build. I think I've still got the Lego Control app on my phone, so we should be fine. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to update if it needs an update. Great one, great one. You thought I was talking about someone named Laws, as in legal laws. No, Laws as in Lors. Uh, building today is the Technic Volvo six-wheeler. Which has turned out to be a bit more of a marathon build than I'd intended it to be. But I'm quite enjoying myself, so I don't really care. I'm fine with that. No harm in something being long if it's fun. Pin there. Nope, that's the wrong pin. Hopefully not a wasted length stream because I am standing up and I don't really have an option not to stand up. My feet will get sore. Um, standing for that long. Probably better for me than sitting for that long, to be honest, though. I'm really liking my sit stand desk with you guys reminding me to actually use it. It's been great. Been so much more comfortable at the end of the day. Making me happy. Because I had been seeing the physio to help me with some of that stuff. And they very strongly recommended, as I would expect them to, that I should use my sit stand function more, which is why I decided to add it as a Twitch thing you could tell me to do. I have 4.5 hours. What's the time? Like after midday then. Jeez, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Wow. Okay, time really does fly. But I had absolutely no perception that that's what the time was. Interesting. I need to learn the TV chef techniques of making sure I orient things in ways that the camera shows it. Like how TV chefs pour everything away from themselves. You nabbed a 1995 shuttle launch set off eBay. I think that was the one I was looking at the other day. It might have been. Some of those older sets, the NASA sets, are super expensive compared to what they were at their original price, at least. Okay, so we need a 7 and a long one. Too long? That one. And where's the 7? That's the 7. Yep, the Mugrad. I suspect a lot of people share a similar story of leaving their Lego behind, their parents donating it to a younger sibling, cousin, whatever, um, niece, nephew, etc. And those parts then all being no longer kept in their sets that you might have looked after carefully when you were younger. Okay, I have to do what now? All right, don't mess this bit up. Got to go that way. And orange pins. I think it sits there. Get in there, orange pin. Like, sadly, I had a set that is definitely a bit of a difficult one to get much of these days. I had the old monorail set. Um, I have no idea what happened to it because, as far as I'm aware, none of my nieces or nephews have any of the Lego that we had it as kids. My siblings and I had. It was mostly mine and my eldest brothers, but the others had my other siblings had some as well. Yeah, I have no idea where it actually went. This might be confirmation bias, but I wonder if Splitsy has more troubles with orange colored parts than the others. Now that you ask that, Laws, I wonder it too. Okay, this down. I don't know. I don't get the impression that lots of the builds these days are made from preformed parts. I do wonder how much the preformed part thing, rather than building it up from multiple smaller pieces, is a bigger issue with licensed sets than it is with regular Lego sets. My suspicion is it is a bigger issue um, with the licensed ones. This one. What? Yeah, I have no idea what happened to my Lego. thought maybe my parents had taken it to their farm when they had it. Um, and my mum's plan at the time, I think, had been to keep hold of it because she wanted to, when they retired, um, like foster kids up there. And sadly never happened, but um, yeah. My dad just sold the farm, so I don't know if it was still up there or not. Because during COVID and one of our lockdowns, I wasn't able to go up there and help him clear it out. Yeah, the expert and creator lines are pretty much using you like your standard pieces, especially the creator ones because they kind of have to submit them. You can't really submit something that's using a custom block with that much ease. I think you can, but it's not usually less likely to get voted, I think. Or it's just a pain to create them. I haven't looked into it. Probably should at some point. Out of curiosity. Yeah, Commander M. I think kids that do a lot of this sort of stuff, the sets that are rated for higher, they can often do without too much trouble. It's just I do think it's reasonable that Lego rates the sets the way they do to help parents or other people giving children those gifts to decide what's appropriate without accidentally going a bit too far. Um, because not all kids will be able to do it, but often that's because not all kids will have an adult to help them or an older sibling to help them. They can't figure a part out. Like my nephew, when he was building the Technic sets that I got him when I last visited them, he was able to do 90% of it, 95% of it himself without any need of help. But there'd be little points where he'd get to a spot and he'd clearly just be beyond frustration because he couldn't work out what had gone wrong. Where it just took me being able to sit there and be like, just take a step back and look at this part. Does it look like what's in the picture? And he'd stare at it. And once I'd narrowed that field that he had to search for the problem to, he was like, oh, there it is. All right, I can fix that. I know how to do that. But without that, he was just going to get frustrated and throw it away and go do something else, which is a bit sad in itself. If, yeah, that's going to be the outcome if they don't have that help available to them. And yes, giving a 6-year-old an 8,000 piece Death Star is probably not a great idea. Yeah, the little sets that are still were still moderately expensive, um, that you would get given as a kid and build before you even got home. I can imagine as a parent who wasn't into construction sets, that would just be like, spend how much for your probably not even being quiet on the drive home? Probably because you've dropped stuff on the ground. Thanks, Relay Space. Um, where am I up to? And that's 5 goes. Hmm. Oh. So what I'm noticing, this piece that I'm supposed to put here is meant to have 4 pins going into it, not 3. Which means maybe there's supposed to be an extra pin in here. Right row. Oh dear. Oops. We'll just pretend that didn't happen and hope that I didn't just make something worse. Now is when you're gonna have to remind me to go back to this point and be like, you know that thing you did? That's why things haven't worked down the line. Where is that? There it is. One of them. One of them. When I think the instructions are wrong, I am always wrong. Yeah, it's you gotta be you gotta have spent a fair bit of time checking through things to start wondering if the Lego instructions are wrong. It's it feels to me it is rare enough that um, you kind of got to assume it's you. I did I did slightly enjoy the fact that the that whole thing about the AT-AT and its legs not being disassemblable, and then the person who designed it said, "No, no, this is how you do it." And like the whole community had thought they knew exactly how could only be done, and turns out not so much. It is possible, it's just very difficult. Litzy sets him up for self up for failure. Timestamp 45 seconds ago. Sounds about right. That goes there. And I need, that's just a regular grey piece, isn't it? Yes. That one. With another one of these. Yeah, I don't tend to look at instructions when I'm building uh when I'm building, say, like the shelf behind me or stuff like that, some sort of IKEA thing, I will look at the instructions, but I'll usually look at them at the start, try and notice anything that might become a pitfall that I might run into, and then just build it. Oh, the instructions came out of view. Sorry. There we go. Hadn't intended to do that. Because every now and then, as Capac discovered, there are reasons to read those instructions. He built a shelf, and the backing panel he put on the wrong way. So he then had to either take it off, and it was nailed in, or he had to paint it. I can't remember which he ended up doing. I think he painted it. That goes that way. No, that way. What? Okay, I'm confused. No, I was right the first time. Goes that way, and then I'll put the other bit on, and then it should look like that at the end, I think. I hope. Put that in there. That goes on there. Does that look like that? Yes. Yay. Yeah, it's 1:15 on Thursday afternoon. Stop living in the past, man. Stop living in the past. Although compared to a Kiwi, I'm living in the past, so there is that. You know. And those go onto the red bit. Make sure they face the right way, because I think this is the sort of bit that is likely to get stuck up. I'm not careful. Now I have to put this onto, spin that around the way it's placed there. That goes. Wait, what? Whoa. Okay. How does, that's not right. That's not right. Do that. Maybe it'll be happier. Yeah, I think that's supposed to snap in there, and then I can roll this down, push that out of the way, and push it back in. Now it is linked to the motor. Yay. See you, silly string. What am I doing now? Yes, push that across as I'm supposed to, as far as it goes. Yeah. Maybe I should have planned this as two separate strings. It is it's quite the build. It's a lot bigger than the other two that I've done on stream. Like a lot bigger. It may have overreached. I was just thinking before this, I'm like, nah, it'll be fine. I'll be able to get this built in time. It won't be like excessively long or anything. It'll be all right. Yeah. I guess I'll just keep going until my feet feel like I want to sit down and not move. Where's the other one of those? Hmm. Come on. is this hard? Not that one. Oh, there we go. Looking for the wrong grey. Oh, thanks for the gift sub as you departed as well, silly string. Um, yes, frantic search mode. Find where the things are. I'm not even halfway through the manual. I was definitely confident. Just a bit. So curious. In the event you decide to abort, would you leave things as they are, or would you get a sheet of paper and place the pieces in a resealable bag? What I would do if I was going to take a break until probably this time slot next week, is get something to cover the table so that it doesn't get covered in dust, because being in the garage and not having a sealed ceiling above me means that there's more dust than I like, and would be noticeable on the Lego pieces. And then just leave it exactly as it is, just covered. Thanks, the Mugrad. Thanks for 6 months in advance. I was thinking the bag in case Charlie bumps it. Charlie is not as bad down here as I might make her out to be sometimes. She's She doesn't actually come down into the garage much, and the table, she'd bump it, but she wouldn't knock it over. It's too heavy, even for her. Like, yes, she's a 40+ kilo dog, but she'd have to hit it very, very hard. I don't think she would, but as noted by my inability to see how long this was going to take me, I am not prescient enough to be able to say that with absolute confidence. Thanks, Brady Bill. Thanks for 9 months. Every time, a new rule, every time you get tired of standing, you must lift Charlie for the camera before you get to sit down. I don't actually know where Charlie is, which might be a problem. Um, he's off playing somewhere, probably. She's probably just lying in what little sun there is, but in the freezing wind. That's probably what she's doing. Oops, right? I think maybe. Yes. Good. It does continue. Yeah, those ones. And yes, it is winter here. It is the depth of the Sydney winter. Means it is cold and it is wet right now. That's the wet part that makes it the worst. Put in there, and then goes, which one? Oh, meant to go onto the blue one. That's why things were going wrong. That's why it felt weird. And our little 5-piece goes into another spot where apparently another clip was supposed to be that I didn't do on the other side either. Exactly, Zeno. Actually, I think it's only 12 degrees or something here at the moment. I think the top was meant to be 14, but it does not feel like 14. Uh, yeah, I think Brady Bill, to be honest, I would trade you that. I would take your 40 for my 10. I'm quite happy, or my 12 or whatever it is. I'm quite happy in the heat. My computers aren't. I am. The heat really doesn't bother me. I was thinking about this yesterday, and I know a lot of people say you can always put more clothes on to make yourself warmer. But when you are cold, I find it so much harder to function at all. Whereas when I'm hot, I just kind of slow down. I don't stop functioning entirely. Whereas with cold, I just go, nope, nope, brain no working now. I just want to escape this cold. Just stop telling me to do other things. Just let me escape the cold. And I know some people get like that with heat, and they're just like, no, sit down. Let me sit down. All I want to do is sit down. Okay. Start with one like that. Next one like that. And next one like that. What am I supposed to put on here? And up and aside and a down. And I should probably count to see whether I've done too many or not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, that's good. Now, I am definitely not a Kiwi. I will make fun of Kiwis, but that's just because I'm an Aussie and, but, you know, they'll do the same to me. So I'm not, it is what it is. What you do. All right, then that goes on to there. And then where are two of those? One of these. Hello, Charlie. You want to say hello again? Charlie, Charlie. Hey, here we go. Let's switch screens first before I do this. She decided to come back so she can say hello. You ready? Ready, monster? Oh, look at that. She's very chill being carried, though. Oh, good girl. You're a good girl. And once again, covered in fur. And transition. Next stream, the Charlie Show. I'm hoping I can eventually figure out a way down here to have a camera that I can put or use to show off Charlie doing some tricks and things. Just 1 second. Because I'd like to show off some of the things that I've trained her to do. Like boop and shake and all of the other little bits and pieces. Huh. I heard her tearing at something and I had to check. I'm gonna move you because you're in my way. We got 2 of these with a bunch of these. Oh yeah, Malamutes are fluff balls. I would love to have another big fluff ball like the St. Bernards I had growing up. I'm just a bit torn with how hot it gets here in summer. They can usually manage because they just lose all of their fluff. But you definitely want to be able to make it so they can get inside and out of the heat when they need to. But they're just big goofballs. I just love those sorts of giant fluffy dogs. Hey, Jim Balone. Yep, this is the man behind the visor. This is the This is me. And ooh, that wind is picking up. That means Charlie's probably going to lose her mind soon, because like a small child, when it gets windy or rainy, she just goes bananas. Yeah, though sometimes, so yes, a pool can be useful for, there's a brick building tag? Oh yeah, there is a brick building tag. I forgot about that. Thanks, Una. Yeah, because I knew there's no, it's not a category, it's a tag. Yeah. Forgot about that. There we go. Added. As I always leave the back seating on thing, because you can backseat. I just might not listen. You're welcome to do it, but I may well deliberately ignore you or deliberately do the opposite just to be annoying. So you've been warned. I am the youngest child in my family, so make of that what you will. It's going well, Gruz. Going well. It's taking longer than I thought it would, but it is going well. Where is one of the rubber bits? I feel like I just heard Charlie do something that I don't want her doing. I'll be back in just a moment. In fact, I definitely just heard her doing something she shouldn't be doing. Let's use... Yeah, let's use this one. I was absolutely right. Charlie was tearing apart the cushions on our outdoor lounge. Well, at least knocking them all off and knocking everything on the floor up that was upstairs. He's You're a monster. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're a little monster. Where was I up to? This bit, which will go in this way. Yes, Gruz, we are on bag 2. We are progressing through it. I won't say rapidly. Just progressing. Just progressing. And that goes there. Yeah, I'm surprised. I was actually thinking it was going to be my feet that would stop me from streaming. It may well be my hunger. Um, I don't think I'm ready to eat on camera yet. There's a there's a certain confidence that's needed for that. I don't think I'm there. Coming back with all food stuck in my teeth and no thanks. I don't think I want to do that. Orange bits. Here we go. More trouble. Is Capac confident or does Capac just not care? I'm never sure with him. Uh, and that, I mean, it probably doesn't matter, to be honest. The two kind of equate the same thing most of the time. Part I'm looking for. That's the part I'm looking for. Please. Where is another one of those? There. But being orange, Capac is nothing like Emmett in the Lego movie. Very true. It's very true. I think like I watch a fair bit of cooking TV and YouTube, and I think um eating on camera, you'd really need someone, or you really need to be mindful of muting your mic because the visuals of eating can often be fine. Uh, Problem comes um, when you can hear it. And as someone who does have a bit of that misophonia, where I really hate hearing it, I would I would also be one that would prefer not to hear someone eat. Yeah, Laws, you're probably right. That is a dog bashing my knee in so that I crumple. Um, don't think I can put on a proper Capac voice. Confident, uncaring. These are irrelevant. The correct answer is I'm hungry. I think you nailed his. Yep, that is exactly the sort of thing Capac could say. Bless you, Charlie. More orange bits. Yeah, there's it's like I think the first time I ever came across it being an issue in a video was back in survival maybe. And there was a fridge mod that I was using that you could recharge from. And as you were recharging from it, it made chewing noises that were quite loud. Um, so much so that I kind of stopped using the fridge to do any recharging because I hated the sound so much. Who needs confidence when you have Snap? Oh, look, my first piece of bodywork. Can you guys hear any of those noises Charlie's making? Like the coughing and the sneezing and the whatnot? Okay, good to know. I'm glad you can't. I think she just coughed up a fur ball. Charlie, what are you doing over there, monster? Yeah? Want me to bring your bed closer? That make you happy and make you more likely to use it. There you go. Not allowed outside because you are being destructive. Charlie, destroyer of cushions. I had several of those bits there, though. Yeah, somewhere. Barely hear you scraping in the Lego bucket. Ooh, that's pretty cool. That's really cool, actually, because I was hoping to use these mics to get audio for us when we go down to PAX. And if you can't really hear the scraping in the Lego bucket, that means there's a good chance you won't be able to hear a lot of the background noise that's unavoidable in situations like that. Although that may be a little more difficult because PAX is going to be a lot of background voices. Um, so it may be in a frequency range that will get picked up. Um, Dragnon, I'm not going to say who's Charlie's favorite human, but I'm definitely the boss. Yeah, he is. He kind of tries to push my other half around, sometimes literally. Being a big dog as she is, she is quite capable of the literal pushing. Yes, I am. Yes, I kind of am the alpha, but I think a lot of that a lot of that comes down to I'm the one who I walk her more because I work from home, so I can. Um, pretty hard for my partner to be able to walk her as often as I do. But also, I'm here all the time. Charlie doesn't know what it's like to not have me home. I doubt she remembers the times when I was still working at the hospital before you guys let me ditch that career. um, wrong way around. Ah, you are the pack leader. Can you handle both Charlie and Capac? Do you know what? Yes, I can. I can 100% handle Charlie and Capac because Charlie can handle Capac for me, so I just have to handle Charlie. Capac, Capac does not do well around animals. Like, I am waiting for the first Lego stream he does here with me, because I don't think he remembered that Charlie will be around when that stream happens. So his reaction when she sniffs at his leg or knocks him or pushes him a little bit is gonna be funny. Like, proper funny. It'll be amazing. I'm so looking forward to it. I hadn't even thought about that. Like, I hadn't thought about it, and he hadn't, obviously. Okay. Make sure I don't stuff this. Yeah, that way. Yes, maybe? No. That way? Which way is it? I think it's this way. So the orange pin. No, the orange pin. That's upside down. That's better. No, it'll Capac's not the kind of person to ever be unintentionally violent. He's Capac is a very non-violent person. Uh, Having known him from when we were both 12 and 13 years old, I can say that with great confidence. I am not worried about him accidentally doing anything if Charlie scares him or anything like that. It's just not in Capac's nature to do that at all. I think this goes together here. I think it's meant to go together here. Why you be like this? Why you know just go. Just go. Just go in there. Whoops. That didn't sound good. Getting 4 pins to go in at the same time is, let's say, always an interesting battle. Okay, now these ones have to go in. How do people do this for a time lapse? I have to spin this thing around so much to get the right angle at it. There we go. That's a skill I'm gonna have to learn. How to build without manipulating the whole thing too much. There we go. It's kind of looking like a truck because that's the steering wheel. In there. In there. Probably an easier angle to see it from. See you, Dragnon. We'll see if I manage to stuff up on bag 2 or 3. How much further I get. All right. That appears to be together as it is supposed to be. So let's move that back over there. And then blue ones first. Yeah, Graz. Come on, bag 2. I'm getting better at not having to roll back in the manual, and I actually quite like this. It has to be a rollback. I have to look back. I have to need the turning of the page is the critical thing. Realizing I've made a mistake is fine. I just can't turn back a page. I quite like it being like that being the rule, I would say. A nice way to encourage me to problem solve and see if I can figure it out without going back. Yes. Come on back too. Charlie needs a new pair of shoes. Just a rotor, a long arm, a camera, and a Steve is all that's required for a time lapse. So, one thing I've wanted to do, I have no idea how badly it would work, but I wanted to try it, is massively gear down one of the rail sets and put a circle of track around, and then have the camera pointing perpendicular to the track and just have the train constantly running around while I build in the middle of it. Um, I think with the right build, where I can have it stationary for most of it, I think it could really work. I don't know what I just did, but it didn't sound good. Hmm. Sounded like something snapping. Hopefully it wasn't. That hole number 2. Grab one. You. I'm glad you like the screen in the back with the floating Capac corpses. I still need to. Chipsticks has told me there is a way for me to keep the corpses around even longer. I still need to test the method that he says should work. Because if I can get rid of the backpacks and just keep the Capacs around, then I could do a Capac falling through a brain. Capac's going through an hourglass, which I think would look amazing. Because then we could have the tumbling flip, more Capacs rain down, flip, more Capacs rain down. Looks to be correct, I think. Now I'm hesitant before I ever click the page in case I've rushed myself. That's what I'm looking for. A little L piece, which goes in there. Well, nice one, Laws. Nice one. Like Capac through the hourglass, so are the owls of our girls. I know you said owls of our owls, but I think owls of our girls works better. Let's see, when can I acquire a Steve plushie? If you buy yourself a cushion and then put a blue covering on it, ta-da! Um, it's really hard to get custom, like proper custom merch done without needing large scale. And much as I'm sure Capac would, if he were here, hearing me say this, would be like, "Oh, we've totally got enough people," as a joke. Um, we don't. There is not enough demand for something like that for us to be able to make a custom run, like a custom print thing. I don't want 1,000 of them. Yes, a Steve plushie could just be a painted rock. Yes, that's true. That would be another option you could go for. Um, I prefer the idea of a plush rock though, like make Steve squidgy, or just have like a Steve stress ball so you can squeeze him. Yeah, could do Steve's through the hourglass. That's not right. Not right. That's the way I need to do that. Put it in the wrong way. Tag must say zebra monkeys. I mean, you could put that on there as well. Yeah, it's a lot more expensive and a lot more prohibitive to do this stuff than I had hoped. Because I would have liked to do random things like that. It's just kind of cool to have weird, quirky little things. What is this asking me to do? Flip that upside down. Put that in. Get in there. That in there. Okay. Now we grab that and one of those. And the locking and counter locking that you do in building these things is nuts. Not sure Steve would stand for being poured into an hourglass. He'd be fine with it. Pretty easygoing guy. Pretty chill. Doesn't really complain much. Uh, that was harder the workout than I thought it was going to be. Oh wow, really? That's that's just for the side thing here. That should sit there. What does this look like? Yep, I think I'm about to build the same thing on the other side. It's a big build. How long is the piano going to take me? Like, yeah, reach. Well, mouse need to set. Like, this is how many pieces? Where does it say the pieces on it? Yeah, 3,662 pieces. And the Volvo is, where does it say it on this one? Um, it's probably less. I don't know. There we go. Apologies. So, um, yeah, if the piano's 3,600 pieces, I reckon the Volvo's got to be less than that, right? I'm gonna have to figure out different ways of approaching these bigger builds. In my head, I was mostly like, "Oh yeah, I can build one of these I can build one in a stream." Maybe not. 2,193 for the Volvo. Okay, so the Volvo is actually, yeah, it's decent size. And there is kind of a limit to the number of blocks you can actually put in a minute, sort of thing. Not right, I did it wrong. Uh, what's that? Let me put these in. All right, now I'm getting back on track. The amount of backtracking also makes a big impact. I suspect, though, that the Volvo might actually be tougher to build in some regards than the piano, because the piano has a lot of brick-built elements, and brick-built elements tend to be a little more repetitive and therefore a little bit quicker to put together in some instances. Where does this go? There, get the hole. Steve is um Steve is an enigma wrapped in Capac's confusing mentality. And that is Light Echo's Capac, not um, real Capac. They are two separate things. I kind of want to at least finish this bag. Yeah, Steve was kind of like Steve in Light Echoes. Steve was Capac's friend. Is the way I always interpreted it. I've never specifically asked Capac what his vision for Steve was. I've just kind of run with my own because I think in some ways that's better, as it leaves that room for interpretation. Capac. Indeed, he is a worthy cohort. Of course, Splitsy says he is more of a cobalt. I'm not sure what a bolt is, though. Is it whiskey? Mm, I'm thirsty as well as hungry. Yep. That is some interesting that's some interesting fanfic there. Laws? That look like the thing? No, I'm missing this. Charlie is asleep. That is how it should be while I'm streaming. It's preferable. And now that. The audacity of me to think I could get this done in one go. Steve is like modern art. You make of him what you imagine. Yes. Yes. I would subscribe to that notion. Steve is what you make of him. There is no right, there is no wrong, there is only Steve. Something like that. Yeah, so Steve has become a few things. But yes, in Light Echoes, Steve was Kapak's friend Rock. After he yeah, after he misused radio and then I got injured as a result and couldn't call for aid as a result, um, and got angry at him, he then decided to befriend a rock instead of, you know, changing. That was the first couple of episodes. And Laws, you have quite the talent for nailing Kapak's way of talking. And his often unusual lines of thinking. I'm not sure how useful that talent is outside of certain circles, but talent nonetheless. That goes B onto that. Gruz, try. I think there is a light echoes command. I think I might have made a light echoes command. I'm not sure. I thought I did for Nightbot. You can try that. Apparently not. Drat. I'll have to try and remember to do that one. Go in there, you rotten axle. Or is that through? Mm. Why won't you go in? Oh, that is as far as you can go. Don't mind me. Ah, poop. Used the wrong bit. Like, go that way. Don't mind me bending Lego bits. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, I've not been particularly good at setting up lots of commands for chat things to come up. At least I made the mods one. Or at least I did something. But yeah, it's not something I regularly think about once the stream ends. I'm not very good at it. Where is another one of these? Come on. Don't you hide from me. No, why are you hiding from me? Eh, thanks, Cross. How long is that bar? This one? Yep. Oh, that's weirdly awkward. Charlie fur. Okay, then this goes in here. And we have a chair for the truck. Hooray. All right, next bit. Another one of those. With one of these and a couple of these. I'm going to find it really hard to stop building this. I'm going to be very a bit honest about that. I'm really going to find it hard because I kind of want to see it finished. We're looking at this side, and we're supposed to have one of the shorter ones down here. This longer one goes here. Yeah. Yeah, it's 2:15 in the afternoon. It's all right though. I will I want to at least finish this bag. I'll have a think about it when I finish this bag. Until then, I'm just going to keep going. One of these, which I need that. Oh, this is the dash. I thought this was a wheel arch. Where does that even go? Oh, it's going that way. There we go. We have a dashboard. Hey, Matcha. Just hit morning on another continent. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Uh, Steering wheel. Where's my steering wheel? There it is. Completed cabin. Ish. And then that can go there, all the way around. Oh, I really want to. I really want to at least put the articulated part together. The funky way that this articulates. Yes, that looks right. And this goes onto this side, like so. Come on, get in there. Get in there. There we go. There we go. Okay. Um, the emotes, I put 5 of them as the follow emotes, just because I wanted everyone to be able to use them. And then the other 2 that I'd already made, I put as just tier 1 emotes. None of them are high tier emotes, as far as I can remember. I imagine once I fill up the lower tier, I'll start pushing them into higher ones, but I just filled up from the bottom up, as that's my preferred way to do these things. Okay, that's plus blue one. Yeah. Yes, there is a tier 0, as it were, Laws. Yeah, I'll admit I'm slightly proud of my Lego emotes. I think they look pretty good. They may need some fine tuning and tweaking over time, but I'm pretty happy with how they've come together so far. There's a grey one. There it is. Then yellow bit. And now the chat is just full of emotes, which is cool. Um, and now you can be annoying to other streamers and put those in their chat. I think, I'm not sure, but I think I picked up the wrong piece. I think you might be able to use the follower ones on other people's chat as well. I'm not sure. I know you can use if you're a subscriber, you can use it. I think you may have to be a sub to the other channel to use other emotes or something. There's some weird conditions. I don't follow this stuff. This is the stuff Capac needs to be here for. He knows this stuff. It's it has happened a few times that Capac has told me about features with Twitch because I've not paid attention. He's been like, you can do this. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I might do that then. Yes, Eisen, that is exactly what you're hearing. Spam Lego emotes at wasted. I'm sure he will love it. Uh, seriously, don't spam him if he's kidding. Don't spam, but do, but don't, but don't. Or actually, just do it. Just do it if I raid him or something like that. Then I don't feel guilty about it. You are correct, Splitsy. Tier 0 emotes for an unsubscribed person in another stream. No worky. Yeah, that's what I thought. You have to be subbed, which I think I think is probably smart on Twitch's part because it stops a lot of potential abuse. It just makes it cost you money to be an abusive jerk. At least it's something. Why is that floppy? Have I missed something? Is that meant to be floppy? Hmm. Maybe it won't be once I stick it on. That looks right. If I flip it over, yeah, right. I think it is more likely if you're going to make a search our app for random emotes, you better be subscribed to that stream so we get our cut. Yeah. You know what, Laws? You're probably right. Probably something you shouldn't say on a stream. Whatever. There we go. I just got to build the other side. Zoc eating popcorn. Actually, not a bad little animated emote that was put together. Right, in there. Great. And right. Hard to do this with the truck in the way. When am I going to get to stick the two halves together? What I want to know. Uh, side is slightly different. And yeah, I think animated emotes and GIFs and stuff, there's definitely a thing you gotta do where you need to balance out you gotta try and find the balance between something that moves rapidly enough to have the movement that you want to show and something that, uh, brain, and something that isn't headache inducing and all kinds of horrible and flashy. Thanks, Yoshi Getter. Thanks for the sub. Where am I? Losing my place more and more now. Oh, no, I won't do that. Thinking maybe I could come down and do some more of this tomorrow, but I probably not a great idea. Oh, actually, might work tomorrow because we're not going to be recording. Normally record scavenger hunt on Fridays, um, but tomorrow we won't be for spoiler reasons. That's why I'm not saying what it is. There we go. My brain was just not putting those pieces together then. That was real hard. Yay! Building this. Okay. Push those two orange bits in. There we go. One, two, three, four, five, six. There. Oh, those are the wrong bits. Need these ones. Oh yeah, that is kind of cool, Zena. That's kind of like my grr and blammo emotes that are intended to be put together and wasted's wog ones. Where is this going? Oh, underneath. Oh, that's gonna lock everything in place quite well. One would expect. Come on. Yeah. I can't work out what that rubbery bit's for. Oh well. Whatever. Uh Don't forget the bit that I forgot. I can't remember how far I got through that car now before I realized. I feel like I got near the end and I was like, oh, I've got an extra gear. Why have I got an extra gear? Okay. Now I put that down. We put that down in there, right? I have a slight problem. How does Lego expect me to get this in here? Huh? Doesn't fit. Yeah, match it. Patreon's probably the best option. In terms of um, converting your dollars into what I get, yeah, I'd say it's probably the best option. It also doesn't want to sit low enough. Hmm. Oh, hang on a sec. Push those as far as they can go. I can let it go down low enough that I can push these in. No. Uh-oh. Oh no. I don't know. I don't know how this is supposed to work. It sits there, not too badly. But that's not the row with the yellow things. I look No, no executive storm. No one has ever told me that. That would be a first. Okay. What is going on here? What is supposed to go along here? Oh, it just dropped in. That is what was supposed to happen. I'm pretty sure. And then I should be able to maybe pull it up enough and push these in. Yeah, there we go. I can push that back down. And now when we turn this, everything moves. I love it when things just accidentally work. Let's move on. Yes, push the yellow bits in. Then we get one of those with a red thingy. And it goes where? Where in the heck is that? There. And we do the same on the other side, it looks like. Blitzy has a mullet, you just never see the back of his head. I do not have a mullet. How dare. So in short, Blitzy's Lego suddenly worked because he fixed the collisions. Something like that. Right. Let's see. Uh, a little bit. I can see what you're getting at there, Executive Storm. They look a little bit, maybe a little bit like him. Um, as mentioned earlier in the stream, still not as much as Colin Hanks a few years ago. Seven P's of proper prior planning. Yes. There was no, I was following the instructions. I don't know where I went wrong. Why that didn't just drop in there easily and why I had to pull out that bar. The bar's definitely in the right spot too. Weird. It's weird. Weird. Uh, then. Nope. Not right. Right. Put that together too early. Ah, hey Shrek. Thanks very much. Thank you for 9 months. Oh, where does this go? Flip you over. Somewhere around the back here. Oh, I'm confused. That way. Oh, yep. I see. Goes here. There we go. Where are those? Oh, I see. Wants me to put 2 of these pins in the back of the motor. A man bun. Ooh. No, I do not have a man bun. I'm sure Wasted would try and convince you otherwise, but I do not have a man bun. I have not ever had a man bun. I just can't. I can't stand having my hair that long. It just drives me nuts. I've never been able to put up with having long hair. Tried to grow it out once as a bit of a joke, and it just before it even got to the point of being even remotely funny, I got sick of it. And then this is going to go on the same spot. Come on, get in there. Oh, I'm almost at halfway through the book. Let's throw stuff under the truck. Okay, so these look like they're supposed to go here. These bits. There's a lot of pins for one little piece. Yep. Wasted does sound like he should be older than his picture. That's true. Wasted and I are not dissimilar in age. Um, in the Capac to Shaq spectrum, Capac being the oldest, Shaq being the youngest, it's Capac, Wasted, me, Shaq. With only like 2 years or something in between the four of us. See them, you grad. Uh, and I need another thing of the blue one. There it is. I think I don't think I could. Yeah, I don't think I'd be a good person to wear a man bun. This is supposed to be where? Pointing backwards. With, I think it's there. Yeah. It. And we got that going in there. Oh, Capac. Capac has had sort of a man. Well, Capac's more had a scrappy ponytail than a man bun. I don't think Capac would even know what the difference between a bun and a ponytail is. Oh no, he would. He would. But yeah, I I've seen Capac with bad hairstyles, but a man bun was not one of them. The apparently not actually done as cosplay for Babylon 5 haircut that he had is what I'm referring to. Hey, thanks so much, Yoshi. Thanks for the 1,000 bits. Thank you very much. So, I've got to remember to keep looking at the camera. I was I felt like I was doing better job of it at the start of the stream, but now I'm not. What are they wanting you to do with this cable? Up, down, round or something. Looks like. Ponytail is a hairstyle. A bun is what holds your sandwich together as you ponder hairstyles. Yep. Yep. Where do these two grey bits go? I think they go into this thing by the looks of it. Yeah, he did a Centauri haircut. Although apparently it was more to be what was the movie that it was more to be like that he said? Because I brought this up on a stream when he was there and um, he claimed it was for something else. Yeah, I think it's upside down compared to what I'm meant to be doing. Goes there. Ah, the moment of truck. We have almost reached it. I think. Oh yeah, I see. Excuse me. Hopefully that is back again. Ah, thank you again, Yoshi. For another 1,000. Yeah. Minimize. No, wait. That's what I wanted. Yeah. I wanted to make sure that my microphone was actually back on. Capac is easy. You just need to mention food, obscure pop culture, or grumpiness. Ah, but it is how you mention all three in the same sentence that really makes for a Capac comment. All right, I'm going to do this. Put down, maybe. There we go. Into there so we can get that axle on. Pop that down there. These two in there. That one should now go in. There we go. Truck. Ish. See you, Madger. Now I think it's trying to tell me something about if I turn a thing, all the other things should turn. So let's check. Everything seems to be turning. Yay. Um, a decent number of extra small bits, which is appropriate. Lego always give you a few extra bits. Think especially of the smallest parts. I assume that's to protect against issues related to breakage. But I haven't quite finished bag 2. There's one page left. I don't want to put the wheels on it and just power it up and see what it does. Don't think I will, but I kind of want to. How many bits for me to live stream fixing Capax PC? Oof. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that he would let me. And he'd still have to clean up his apartment, which tends to be the biggest issue anyway. Ah. Ah, clever. These are little cable clips. Get in there. Get in there. I'm thinking I probably should have. Oh, no, that's This is a really cool truck. I'm really glad I got this one. It was on, I think it was on sale during the last, like a Prime Day last year or so. Cool. Little bit concerned that I've got a whole 7 stud thing there. That feels like something I shouldn't. Oh, I don't know where that's meant to go. That was a piece that wasn't meant to be there. You don't normally get extras of those. Ooh. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I think I will count this as now I'm halfway rather than my very 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 wrong estimate of being halfway after the first bag. Because that second one still took ages. And it does look like there are a lot of small parts still to come in all the other bits as well. Just fewer mechanical bits. Because it's making the bucket and whatnot. So because they're all in bags, all I got to do is cover this thing up and I'm good. Everybody gets their bets back because it'll be next week before we come back. That's the fairest way to do it, really. $1 million with Capac mixing drinks in the background, at least a 2-hour stream while you both drink together. Well, maybe one day we'll Capac will fix up his setup at home so that we can do streams from his place, from the couch, and have a couple of beers. But that is not to be just yet. That's just something that happens on the Friday night streams. So I will be back with Capac and Pav and maybe some TFE for some Jackbox Party Pack. Primarily the trivia game, I think, is what we'll probably play. Trivia and a couple of the others. Some of them aren't very good. Some of them are really good. But we'll be back with more of that tomorrow night. Keep an eye on the Discord for where we decide to stream that. It may well be on our YouTube Zebra Monkey channel rather than on Twitch, because Twitch and Jackbox tends to get a bit trolly. Then the following Friday will be the Arc finale, and I might get some time this Sunday to do a bit of a Arc build stream. We'll see how that goes. I'm not 100% sure on that one. But Scavenger Hunt will be back on Saturday, and that feels like enough for me to say there's all that and plenty more to come. And I hope you enjoyed the first Lego stream from this place. Charlie, do you want to say goodbye? Hi. Come on. Up you get. Come on. You're going to get up in a second anyway. Come on. No. This way, this way. You're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. All right, ready? You say goodbye to everybody. Hold up. Oh no. I can't switch screens. Mouse. Say bye to everybody, Charlie. See you tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone. Thanks again, Yoshi. Thanks, everyone. See ya.